Recording in progress.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the January 13th regular meeting of the City Council of Pacifica. I'm going to call the meeting to order. It's 7:05, I think. And can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Wright.
Present.
Councilmember Espinosa.
Present.
Councilmember Bowles.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Beer.
Here.
Mayor Beckmeyer.
Present. And I will read the land acknowledgement. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. And I will lead the salute to the flag. Please stand if you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have a full room, a full agenda, and some very exciting and heartwarming special presentations. So I want to have everyone understand what's going to happen. We're going to have three special presentations, which include a special presentation to an artist in our community who's part of the HIP Housing Annual Calendar. We're then going to have a proclamation for our own police captain, Chris Clements, who is retiring. And then we'll have a special presentation, introduction of new department directors and new city staff. After those three presentations, we're going to take a 5-minute to let everybody who needs to go and reset the room however we need to, and then we'll come back to the rest of our meeting, starting with the consent calendar. All right. So, a special presentation, the HIP Housing Annual Calendar. Do I have Sabrina Wilson? Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Please come on up if you'd like. And I think you're going to present the calendar to us, and you have some comments?
Yes, correct.
And then do you want to bring our artist up with you now, or do you have, how do you want to do it?
In a little bit.
In a little bit. You let me know.
Yes.
All right. Please go ahead, Sabrina.
So, Honorable Mayor and City Council, good evening. My name is Sabrina Wilson, and I'm Fund Development Director for HIP Housing. And I'm very proud to present here in Pacifica tonight, since I lived here for 20 years. So since 1972, HIP Housing has been helping low-income in San Mateo County residents and find and maintain affordable housing for a lot of people. Last year, we worked with over 3,900 individuals and provided housing to over 750 low-income households through the county. In Pacifica, during the 23-24 fiscal year, we served 114 residents through our property and our programs, including 33 individuals who applied to our home sharing program, 3 families who enrolled in our self-sufficiency program, and 22 individuals through our new housing readiness program. So on behalf of HIP Housing, I really would like to thank the Honorable Mayor and all the City Council for your annual commitment and support for our cause. So here comes the fun part, and it's the presentation of our calendar. So every year, HIP Housing asks to the children of all the San Mateo County in grades kindergarten until 5 to draw a picture of a home and tell us what homes means to them. This year, we are very proud to say that we received over 550 entries. And from those entries, we selected 13 winners, 12, of course, as the month of the year, plus 1 for the front cover. So tonight, we are very happy and proud to have one of our winners, Julia Melser. So Julia, and with her family, of course, if you want to join us. So you draw something spectacular, but on the top of that, you wrote a wonderful quote. So perhaps you or your dad wants to read us the quote?
I will read it on Julia's behalf. Thank you for having us, Mayor, City Council.
Thank you for coming.
And so this is Julia's quote that she wrote. She wrote, "A house is where you live and that is safe for your family and friends. People who do not live in houses should be treated with respect. If you see someone who doesn't have a home, you should help them and bring them to a safe area where they could have help."
Yes.
That's beautiful.
So thank you so much once again. I hope really that you can enjoy the calendar and that the calendar serves as a beautiful reminder about how important it is to have a house and all the work that HIP Housing does. And if you want to have more information, go on our website, hiphousing.org. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for coming to our meeting tonight. And Julia,
Look how pretty it is.
thank you for bringing your family here tonight. We're so proud of you and so happy for you that your picture is appearing in this calendar, and I can't wait to take it to the library at Cabrillo School and hang it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Council members.
I also just want to say, look, everyone, it's in November, and it's so beautiful, and I'm just so happy for you. And you're so brave to come up here in front of us, so thank you so much for being with us tonight. It's lovely. Lovely.
Councilmember Wright.
Not only was I impressed with this incredible drawing, but I want to let you know what you wrote was very meaningful, not just to me, but apparently it touched just about everybody in the room. And you have a very, very bright future. Thank you so much for participating in this.
Yeah, thank you, Julia, for showing what home means to you, but also for a deep understanding for your young age of what it means to the people in our community that don't have a home. And we do have a lot of those in our community, and it's becoming more and more difficult for people to afford their homes and stay in them. And so I just appreciate being mindful of that. And thank you, HIP Housing, for what you do. I mean, I say a little bit more about your home sharing program. If you have a room free in your home, they help match you. So if someone's looking for a room to rent for an elderly person who might want a little bit more income to be able to stay in their home, that's a great partnership. I don't know much about the new home readiness program. And,
Oh, it's super cool.
Maybe that's something Sue
Do you want
or
to tell about
someone
it?
else can tell us more
Please.
about.
Please. Oh, can you come to the microphone so we can pick it up on the recording? Thank you.
It's a new program that we launched more than a year ago, and we want to try to help everybody, not just the people who come and look for a solution at HIP Housing, but people who needs to navigate in this difficult experience of trying to find a house. So we help them to go through and sometimes help them on the computer to fill up application and tell her all the things that they can find in the county, from shower, from food, shelter, and different solutions, not just what we offer at HIP through our program. So it's quite important because we have a lot of seniors and they become homeless for the first time at the age of 60 or older. go through a kind of a trauma phase, of course, and they are not able really to react, to try to ask for help. So this is really a program that is open the door to everybody who needs to navigate through, find a home solution.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank you,
Espinoza.
Thank you, Julia family. Thank you, Julia and the family, for being here tonight, and also HIP Housing for the calendars and also the bags. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we'd love to have you stay as long as you want to. Okay. Shall we go then to our item B, proclamation for Police Captain Chris Clements upon the occasion of his retirement. And I will read the proclamation. We have some public comment cards already, and I'm sure there will be more. A proclamation of the City of Pacifica in recognition of Captain Christopher Clements. Whereas Captain Christopher Clements is retiring from a distinguished public service career with the Pacifica Police Department, serving most recently as the Field Operations Division's commander, and served previously as the Administration and Investigative Services Division commander. And whereas Captain Clements served over 28 years in law enforcement with the Pacifica Police Department, beginning with his appointment to Reserve Police Officer in December of 1996, promoting to Police Officer in September of 1998, Police Corporal in June of 2002, Police Sergeant in January of 2006, Police Captain in November of 2015, and Acting Chief of Police from January 2023 through April 2023, while also serving as Field Training Officer, Reserve Officer Program Coordinator, Detective, Police Academy Recruit Training Officer, Detective Sergeant, CERT Coordinator, Public Information Officer, and Emergency Manager. And whereas Captain Clements is a respected and admired leader among San Mateo County executives and law enforcement leaders for his unwavering dedication to the community safety and public safety service. And whereas Captain Clements led the Pacifica Police Department Field Operations Division and coordinated the Community Emergency Response Team, CERT, program, fostering a spirit of collaboration and building resiliency among community members and first responders. And whereas, as the City of Pacifica's emergency manager, Captain Clements provided oversight for all disaster-related incidents, ensuring the safety and preparedness of our community in times of crisis, including the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas Captain Clements is celebrated for his genuine care and compassion for the men and women of the Pacifica Police Department, continually supporting their professional growth and wellness. And whereas Captain Clements' tireless efforts and exemplary service have greatly contributed to the safety, security, and overall quality of life in our community. And whereas Captain Clements is praised for his strong intra-city partnerships and teamwork across organizations throughout the City of Pacifica and the County of San Mateo. Now therefore, I, Sue Beckmeyer, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby extend our grateful thanks and appreciation to Captain Christopher Clements for over 28 years of dedicated and distinguished service to the City of Pacifica, and wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Done this 13th day of January, 2025.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. I have just a few things to say, if I may. Honorable Mayor, council members, family, friends, and esteemed colleagues and guests, thank you for this recognition today. I'm grateful to be here with my family, including my parents, both in person and virtually, Sandy and Ed Clements. Thank you for your sacrifice and guidance throughout my lifetime. I wouldn't be here without your love and support. I'm proud to be here with my amazing wife, Elizabeth, and our children, Gavin and Leah. I'm so proud of their many accomplishments, and there are no words to adequately express my appreciation for the sacrifices they made time and again throughout my career. Throughout shift work, working graveyard and holidays, missing family events, call-outs in the middle of the night, through tragedy, grief, stress, fatigue, they were always there. Particularly Elizabeth, you towed the line, keeping our family upright. You fashioned our home and raised our incredible children. And to say I could not have done it without you is an epic understatement. Thank you, and I love you. Many of you know that Pacifica isn't just where I work, it's also my hometown. I spent most of my childhood growing up not far from here. I attended local schools. I'm a proud graduate of Terranova High School. Our family spent time at our local parks, shopping centers, and of course, our scenic beaches. And I'm fortunate to have been able to grow up in this community, and I credit my hardworking parents for the home that they provided for us. I also credit my parents for instilling in me at an early age the importance of treating everyone with respect, the importance of a formal education, and the value of hard work. A lot has changed since I joined the police department in 1996 here in Pacifica. The police station at the time is now a museum. The old patrol building I used to work at is now a parking lot for our recently completed civic center. The current police building bears the name of our chief, Ted Merritt, who hired me in 1996. And although technology has changed, our mission and our motto has not. A tradition of community service. And I'm proud to have been a part of that tradition and to see it continue. But the police department is just one of many departments that serve our city. I've had the opportunity to work closely with countless city staff members, community groups, and volunteers throughout my career, including our Pacifica Resource Center, the FogFest Organization Group, Pacificans Care, and many others. Pacifica is fortunate to have dedicated groups of people who faithfully work together to provide a quality level of service despite our staffing and budget constraints. And while our police department regularly works and appreciates our partnerships with North County Fire, we also work closely with the folks at our public works departments, our planning department, the city attorney's office, and city hall. It is truly a team effort of all city departments to hire staff, to keep our vehicles on the roads, to keep the bills paid, and to keep the IT information running. We could not do our jobs if you didn't do yours, so thank you. I want to thank our city manager, Kevin Woodhouse, for his support throughout the years. I've had several opportunities to work closely with Kevin, most notably during the COVID pandemic and at the time that I briefly served as our acting chief of police. Kevin, thank you for your support and thoughtful leadership these past several years. To Chief Maria Sirasu, who joined us in 2023. Chief, you really leaned in accepting our culture, getting to know our staff, and you were able to pivot and learn some of our traditions here at Pacifica PD. So thank you. There's a couple of guests that I wanted to recognize real briefly that I didn't know were going to be here today. I want to recognize former Mayor Sue Vaterloos, Tiger Big Stick, Sue Degree, my good friend Horace Henshaw, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention our former Chief of Police, Dan Steidel, who's here all the way from Richardson, Texas. Thank you all for being here. And to the men and women of the Pacifica Police Department, it's been an honor to work by your side these last 28 years and know that the friendships will continue, that I'll take many fond memories with me. Regardless of my role or rank, I've always considered myself a police officer first and foremost. Every day, I strive to maintain the high standards that were the expectations when I joined the department in 1996. And I'm very proud of the work that you do every day, whether working on a mandatory overtime shift on your day off, or a detective call-out, or working on your 7th consecutive 12-hour duty day. You are at the ready, you show up, you answer that call for help. That is what a tradition of community service means, nothing less. Since 1959, this department has served the city of Pacifica, and I'm proud to have been a part of that tradition these last 28 years. Take care and stay safe. Thank you.
Well, Chief, I have a couple of cards from folks that want to say something to you, and maybe our Chief Sarasua, did you want to speak? Would you like to go ahead? Thank you.
You sure you don't want to make fun of me and tell me I need the step stool? Go ahead. Oh, my goodness. Honorable Mayor Beckmeyer and distinguished council members, good evening. Maria Sarasua, and I proudly serve as your police chief. It is my great privilege to honor an extraordinary man, dedicated public servant, and hometown hero, Captain Chris Clements. Chris is a respected and deeply admired member of our community. He is revered for his nearly 3 decades of unparalleled contributions to the success of the police department in our city. His impeccable example, courage, humility, has modeled the way for our new generation of police officers and strengthened the nobility of our profession in San Mateo County and beyond. The past several years brought forth unprecedented leadership challenges that drove Chris to pursue greater roles with increased responsibilities. His resiliency and adaptability strengthened our organization and defined his legacy. It's with great enthusiasm, though, that I share some exciting news about Chris's future with PPD. He has volunteered to serve. Wait, does your wife know about this? Okay. We're okay? Okay. He's volunteered to serve as a reserve police officer and continue to support our public safety mission. Wow. On behalf of the men and women of the Pacifica Police Department, the City of Pacifica organization, and a grateful community, we thank Chris for his 28 years of exemplary service, dedication, loyalty, and friendship. Congratulations.
Wow. Thank you. Wow.
Thank you.
That's exciting. Okay, cards. I have 2 cards, and if anyone else would like to speak, all you have to do is fill out a card and bring it up. Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick of Pacifica.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I am Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick of Pacifica. I'm not really talking to you right now, maybe later. You can like stand over there or something. Thanks. Pardon me for mildly breaching protocol. I think that over the course of time that I've gotten to know you at all, you know, the easy part's always the professionalism, willingness to put your own life in harm's way, let alone lead an entire crew of people willing to put their lives in harm's way. And the list was spoken of your myriad of accomplishments over however many years. That's impressive. I like that word respect that was used earlier. That was a word that actually didn't occur to me as I was jotting down these minor notes. The word that occurred to me was kindness. And they're part and parcel. Professionalism, for you, that's easy. What came through the entire time was the kindness. And that's important in that role of leadership in our community, especially when at any given moment it could be a matter of life and death. And yet, the leading with the kindness. Setting that example. And the next thing that occurred to me is your forthright nature. And that marriage of the forthright and the kind makes me so deeply grateful that I've had the opportunity to know you and in some vague way work with you. And then, toward the end of your comments, I heard that slight waver begin in your voice. And I think that when folks stereotypically think of law enforcement, I don't know, I guess in my mind, my stereotypical image has something to do with machismo or, something like that. And there are some whom can view emotion as being a weakness. That's certainly not my orientation. And in point of fact, as I heard that slight waver toward the end, what occurred to me that I had not yet written down was your intense sincerity, which by all means transcends the rest. And then for the cherry on top, you're going to be a reserve officer now that you're out? Talk about a class act. So all of this is to say thank you in any way I can for your service. Thank you.
Horace Hinshaw.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Horace Hinshaw. Maybe some people might remember me in the room that I was the former sports editor and the editor of the Pacifica Tribune several years ago. But the reason I'm here tonight is really to say goodbye and thanks to Chris. I've known him not only as a policeman, but my whole family has known him. My wife knew him as a young child going to school at Cabrillo. And every time he would see her, she used to come with me at various events that I'd go to, and he'd always make a point of going over and saying hello to her. So thank you, Chris. And I also got to know Chris. He played on the 1991 Terranova football team. So you can see he's big enough to play football. But I just wanted to come tonight to say, Chris, it's been a pleasure knowing you. We spent some time together because, if you recall, years ago, we had a column in the paper called Police Report. I used to have to write that thing, and I have to call Chris sometimes to find out, hey, is this really true or really not true? And so we do come back and forth on the phone. But he's been a gem for our community for many, many years, and I wish him lots of luck as that reserve police officer. So congratulations.
Sue Degree.
Thank you. I've already told Captain that how much an honor it was to serve with you from 2002 to 2018, but I want a special too because you're a hometown kid. That's always kind of special. And a reserve officer, I love it. And to your family, so I'm a military family and fire family, and to the family, the community owes you a thank you very much to all of you, children, parents, wife. Thank you so much. Once again, thanks.
Sue Vaterlas.
I had to come. I had to say something because this is one of our best people that we have. And look at all the rest. They're all great too. And so it's hard to say someone's the best, but you are. Thank you for doing everything you've done for these many, many years. And I look forward to seeing you around. Thank you.
Nice.
Any other comments from the House council members? Who would like to start?
Okay, I'll start.
Okay.
Chris. When I think of the captain, I think of trust. And that is what I have seen you build over and over and over again in our community, whether it's with the school district or anyone else in the community. And I was talking to someone from the county office of ed, and they're like, wait, Captain Clement's retiring. I'm like, I'm sorry. And then what are we going to do? Well, that's because you're so good at building community. And from one local to another. I'm really going to miss you. I'm really surprised that you're going to continue to serve. That's pretty amazing. And I don't know if you know it, but you really taught me what it meant to serve as a liaison for a committee or commission. I didn't know what I was doing when I started, and you were there. And I watched you, and I watched how you interacted with that commission, and it helped me become better. So thank you for helping me serve the community better, because that's what you showed us how to do. And yeah, I have so much love for you. I'm gonna miss you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Sure.
28 years. And I haven't been here that long. And so as Sue's reading the proclamation, I'm learning all these things about you. And I mean, it's been such a pleasure to serve with you on the Emergency Preparedness Committee these last 2 years, to see your leadership there, as Mary said, to help me be a better leader too. But also just seeing how calm you are in the midst of the drama in town, the tsunami alerts, and, concern about fire danger and evacuation, and how you built partnerships not just in the city but elsewhere in the county, and that's so important to tie all these resources together. My daughter Elizabeth was born 28 years ago, and so now I'm measuring myself with your my life with your career, and also wanting to thank your Elizabeth for sharing you with us these 28 years, because I know it's a demanding job with hard hours at times, and it is a sacrifice, not just for you and your service, but for your family in that as well. And I was just looking up because I remembered that we won an award this past year here in Pacifica for police, and so maybe you've decided that you can retire, that you've done your job. Because in this study, the SMART Asset, we were ranked one of the top safest suburbs in the whole country, right here in Pacifica, just last year. And and you're a key part of that for 28 years to build that safety and trust and service for our community, and we're so grateful. Thank you, and thank you for sticking around.
Thank you.
Because otherwise we'd miss you too much. So,
Yes, I want to start out by just saying thank you for all your service. Thank you for making Pacifica a place I want to raise my family in. I'm relatively new to council, so I don't have a ton of experience with you. But I got to tell you, the culture that you built here is what attracted me here in the first place. I felt safe to raise my kid here. This is where I wanted to put down roots, where I wanted to call home. You're part of the reason that my blood pressure goes down 30 points when I come down Manor, coming back from the city. And I just wanted to thank you for that. And thank you for all your wealth of experience. I'm especially thankful that you're not going to let us lose all that institutional knowledge by staying on as a reserve officer. I really appreciate your service. Thank you so much. And it's a testament to you to see all these officers in the back as well, that they respect your leadership. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Captain Clement, I didn't get the opportunity to work with you because you're leaving. So one of the things that I learned about you is that you went to Westview Elementary in my neighborhood. So I was so proud of that. So, and also to know that you know the community. So thank you for your service. And I hope I can maybe at least talk to you sometimes.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Captain Clements, I want to thank you for your example. Your leadership is quiet and strong. And I agree with the calmness that you exude. I've been around some intense moments, and you're always very calm, very matter of fact, and that calms everyone else in the situation. Your ability to analyze the different aspects of what happened and pull it together and help everybody else who doesn't do your line of work piece things together is so key. And working with you on events, I think that's my most direct personal experience. I always felt confident knowing that we're in good hands. You've got it. We can trust that you've thought through what the needs will be. So thank you for all of that, and thank you for staying on and continuing to support our community and be part of our family. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Shall we have a photo? Yes. Come on, y'all. Right. And item C, special presentation, introduction of new department directors and new city staff. City Manager Kevin Woodhouse.
Thank you, Mayor Beckmeyer and Mayor Pro Tem Beer and council members, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I'm excited for this presentation of new staff. It's been a while since we've done this, and so I'd like to cover and have a brief presentation about new staff since January of 2024. And so there are 25 full-time new employees in that time, replacing vacancies and some new positions. And there are over 50 part-time employees, which is fabulous, but tonight, the good news is that we're going to only talk about the full-time employees. And the way I'd like to do this is I'd like to invite up front all of the new employees that are going to be introduced that are here tonight in person. Not all of them are here. There's a small sampling that are here because of the after-hours nature of this, but the presentation will go through them all, and then per each department, I'll turn it over to the department director to say a few extra words about those that are here in person. So I see 10 or so coming up. So come on up and just up by the podium. Thanks, Marisol, and just get cozy up there, and then the department directors can be ready to say additional words. So, you know, some of these employees have been here 12 months and some have been here 12 days. So we're covering the gamut, and it's an incredible list of talent that we brought into the organization to help us deliver all the programs, projects, and services that we work on. So let me begin. And Sarah, if you could advance that for me. I want to start with the Administrative Services Department. And First, I'll just cover who's on the slide, and then Assistant City Manager Carter will talk a little bit more about those that are here. First, we have Marisol Gomez, Finance and Administrative Services Director, who's here in person with us, started on January 6th of this year. And we have France Enriquez, our Human Resources Analyst, started last April with us. And then we have Jeanette Ruspil here, Acting Human Resources Analyst. So I think, is Jeanette, there she is. Thank you, Jeanette. And in the Finance Department, we have Spencer Sang and Stephanie Coy. Spencer is a Senior Accountant, started in December of '24, and Stephanie Coy, Financial Analyst. And I want to pause here and have Ms. Carter say a few extra words about those that are here in person.
Well, good evening, Mayor and City Council. It's my privilege to start this round of introductions of this group of outstanding individuals who have recently joined the city. So each of them bring a unique set of skills, valuable expertise, and fresh perspective that will significantly benefit our community. And the dedication that they bring to the table reflect our shared commitment to delivering high quality services. So it's really exciting moment today. So first, we have Marisol joining as new Finance and Administrative Services Director, and she will be overseeing finance, human resources, and IT. So she brings 13 years of public finance experience, recently serving as the Assistant Finance Director for the City of Santa Cruz. And I'm personally extremely excited about her joining this strong executive team and taking on some of the key administrative functions. Marisol is also excited, I've heard, about stepping into this critical management role and collaborating on upcoming labor negotiations, budget development, and advancing council priorities. Next, we have France Enriquez, our Human Resources Analyst. France brings diverse experience in various aspects of personnel management, which will greatly enhance our capabilities of HR department. She's got some experience in finance as well, so she's doing a lot of those duties as well. With her positivity and proactive approach, she's making a great impact on day-to-day operations, and is also working on implementation of the new human resources management system, which is a really critical component of our strategic work plan and the workload that we're carrying on. She's also managing citywide training program and many other key projects and initiatives. Next, we have Jeanette. Jeanette Ruspil joined the city actually as a recreation administrative specialist in PBNR department. But last year, she also applied for a vacant analyst position, and we stole her from PBNR, so she's currently backfilling that HR analyst position and helps with recruitments and onboarding of new staff and provides critical support to day-to-day operations in all HR functions. And finally, I'm delighted to introduce Stephanie Coy, our finance analyst, who also here with us today. And Stephanie comes from the city of San Bruno, but in many ways, this is homecoming, right? As her previously experience working for PBNR department, I think 2 years, right? So Stephanie carries a dual role of supporting both risk management division for the city and also finance operations. And she will be instrumental in developing of the budget and supporting upcoming, again, labor negotiations for the city. So it's really exciting to have this amazing team, and I just want to turn it back to the city manager as we continue on these introductions by department.
Great, thank you, Ms. Carter. And if you all could stay up there where you are, because in the end, maybe we'll take a photo. Thank you so much. Next slide, we'll move on to the Community Development Department. And first, and I believe I've introduced her before, but I'd like to introduce Samantha Updegrave, our new Community Development Director. Samantha is actually sick tonight. She's on Zoom with us. If we want to bring her up, if she's there on video. and she joins us. And also Jordan Townsend, our new code enforcement officer, who began, again, last March. So he's been with us for quite a while and is assisting greatly in code enforcement. And there's Miss Updegrave. What I'd like to say about Samantha is she is, she's been here for a couple weeks and over the holidays, and she is leaning in heavily on all of our complex community development issues. And she comes to us from Berkeley, where she was the zoning administrator there for many years. She spent some years in San Francisco working on some complex planning issues and projects, and she spent many years in the Seattle area working on a significant level and trajectory of planning expertise. So thank you, Samantha. I know you're not feeling well with the flu, so I appreciate you being on the video. And I believe Mr. Townsend's not with us tonight, so I'll move on to the police department. We have Anna Correa, police officer, hired July 1st of 2024. Michael Treviso, police officer, July 29th of 24, and Danielle Juice, police records, actually, today is Danielle's first day. I saw her in City Hall for her orientation. So I don't believe, but I'll turn over to Chief Sarasua. I'm not sure any of those are here in person. And that's true. None of them are here in person. So moving on to the next slide of introductions. Parks, beaches, and recreation hires. We have Stephanie Douglas, recreation manager, who this is her first day as well with the city. Very excited for Stephanie to be here. And we have Mitchell Klassen, recreation coordinator from August of 24. Nicole Hernandez, childcare teacher 2 from September 24. And Angelica Diaz, childcare teacher 2 from March of 24. So with that, I'll turn it over to Scott Leslie, Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Director, to say some words.
Madam Mayor, Council, it's Scott Leslie, Director of Park, Beach, and Recreation. We're excited that Stephanie Douglas has joined the team today. As mentioned, her first day. She has 25 years of leadership experience in local park recreation management, including serving communities of San Mateo, Palo Alto, and Redwood City. She's a former resident of Pacifica, and she's excited to return as a new recreation manager committed to enhancing programs and services with her core values of excellence, integrity, and creativity. Also, Mitchell Klassen is our new recreation coordinator of aquatics. He brings 9 years of experience of recreation and aquatics, and is very excited to join the team and would love for people to stop by the pool and say hi. So thanks for joining the team, guys.
Great. Thank you, Director Leslie. And we will move on now to Public Works. In field services, we have Zeb Martin, Administrative Clerk 2, that began in April of 2024. Kayla Bourne, Maintenance Worker 1, also April 2024. Oscar Rangel Cruz, Mechanic, March of 2024. And Eduardo Villegas, Maintenance Worker 1, December 30th of 24. I'll move on to the rest on this slide and then turn it over to Mr. Mullins. We also, in the wastewater treatment plant, we have Desmond Barca, I like to say Barca for Barcelona, but you can correct me. Barca, okay, great. Plant manager, thank you, Desmond. Andrew Buckman, electrical instrumentation technician 1, from September 24th. And by the way, Desmond began with us in October of 24. Nick Rubio, operator 1 in collections from also his first day. So it's great to have Nick here. Wade Monson, assistant civil engineer from November of 24. Naomi Fuson, assistant civil engineer, July 1st of 24. Orlando Jimenez, operator 1, June 17th of 24. And Glesa Ruiz, laboratory analyst from March of 2024, I think that should say. And So a great crew there, and I'll turn it over to Interim Director Mullins to talk further about those that are here in person.
You covered everything. I appreciate that. So I'd just like to say kudos to the HR department. You know, we've had 11 new hires and 20 part-time hires over this last year, which is a phenomenal number. So thank you to them for keeping us going. So thank you very much to the HR. Thank you. Just a little bit about Desmond. Desmond's a local person here. He lives in Pacifica. I'm sorry. Desmond's a local. He lives in Pacifica. Desmond is also a surfer, working in the wastewater and water recycling is perfect. In addition to Nick, Nick is, again, including today's Nick's first day. And Nick comes to us from San Diego, and Nick's got a brand new baby, 6 months old. Congratulations, Nick. And last way, Eduardo comes from the Carpenter Union. Welcome aboard, Eduardo. So thank you very much. That's it.
And next slide, and we just really appreciate the opportunity to present this. Welcome to all of our new employees.
Wow.
And
That is
that
a
completes
really-
our presentation. So, and if
Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We're thrilled to have you. Really, it's our home. It's your home. Many of you live here now, or grew up here, or played here. And so you've come home in some cases, but you enhance the living for everyone in our town. And we appreciate you so much. Thank you. Council members, anyone?
No, just welcome, and we're so happy. You know, we've lost a lot of old-time staff in the past few years, and I think our community's like, where'd everybody go? And so now there's an opportunity to meet all new staff, so I appreciate this tonight, because it's going to help us introduce everyone to the community, and so I'm really excited, and I have a new neighbor and stuff, so. Yeah.
I'd like to chime in with a quick welcome to you all, to tell you thank you for joining the family. I will warn you, though, that we do grow roots fast here. And for those of you who don't live here, we also have tentacles. So welcome to the family. Thank you.
And I just, again, welcome to each one of you. And yeah, thanks for taking your time on an evening past your work hours to be here so we can meet many of you in person. And just want to say that, I mean, none of the work of the city can happen without all of you. We really don't do anything up here. So it's really you all, you know, under the direction of our city manager and department heads that really keep the lights on and the sewers working and, you know, our parks happy where kids can play. And you're really so essential to our community. And so thank you. And I hope we can get to know you personally, too. We're not scary people. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Myra?
Thank you, everyone. And I met some of you already, so thank you.
Did you want to do a photo? Okay.
we could just gather for a quick photo with council.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back with our consent calendar at, what time is it? 7:58, so 8:04 or 5, 8:05.
That was 8:05, really.
Recording.
All right. Before we start with our consent calendar, I made a parliamentary error. I don't know what you call it, an error, another one. And our assistant city clerk reminds me that there is virtual public comment perhaps on our presentations, our special presentations. I did not call for that. So if you can bear with me, I would like to ask Assistant City Clerk if there are any hands raised for any of our special presentations. If you want to speak on our special presentations and you're calling in virtually, if you could please raise your hand. And we'll keep an eye on that for a second and see if anyone's hands go up. No? All right. Then I will close public comment on that item and bring it back to our consent calendar. We have items 1 through 9 on the consent calendar. So I would like to ask if any council members wish to pull any items from consent.
I don't wish to pull one, but I'd like to ask a quick question on number 4.
On number 4. Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
I have some other questions too, but no need to pull anything.
Okay. So let's start with our public comments for items on consent. I have a number of cards on public comment, but none of them indicated specifically consent items that I know of. But there's a lot of cards here.
I got you.
Mary's got it. She's on it. Thanks, Mary.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I have 3 cards regarding items on consent. Victor Yu, Suzanne Moore, and Sue Vaterlos. No? Oh, that was public comment, sorry. You're right. There's only 2 then. So if you could please state the item that you're commenting on the consent agenda, and we'll start with Victor. That's okay, Mary. No worries. What number were we on? Is Victor here? No? Not right now? Okay. Let's go to Suzanne Moore.
Suzanne Moore from District 2 on consent item number 6. And I'm a member of Pacifica Housing for All, and we are so pleased that Pacifica has received this grant for partnership with Bay's Future to better advance housing equity. The housing crisis is a regional problem, but solutions begin locally. The stated model process incorporates community outreach so that those most impacted are participants, builds trust, and strengthens community relationships. I'm excited that our identified nonprofits are the Pacifica Resource Center and Heart Housing Endowment and Regional Trust. And I'm encouraged by these remarks from PBF's Policy Fund Director to address the pressing needs of our communities through sustainable and transformative policy partnerships and to create innovative and equity-centered solutions to the housing crisis. PH4A welcomes the opportunity to advance our community effort to improve housing equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers for items on consent? Assistant City Clerk, do we have anyone on the phone who is raising their hand for consent?
Yeah, we have one raised hand for Lou Salas Sion.
Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you.
I don't see the video.
Oh, there's currently an issue with the Zoom video, but the audio is running.
Okay. I will save my comments for public comments not on the agenda then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other raised hands.
All right, going back to the chambers, Delia, is that Delia McGrath?
It is.
On item on consent?
Good evening, council and staff and members of the public. So I'm not truly prepared, but I was reading most of the whole big agenda for tonight, which is very long and very involved. But I do believe that I have trouble with number 4, which has to do with curtailing correct me if I'm wrong, curtailing the city council's ability to make proclamations and things like that. It just seems like they would be not able to deal with anything that somebody decides is not specifically city matters. And as a member of the Pacifica Peace people for many years, decades, we sometimes have things that are definitely affecting the people who live in Pacifica, but they're not like running the water treatment program or something like that. You see what I'm saying? So I'm very concerned about that and want to put my opinion out here, that I don't think that you should really go forward with that particular number. Thank you.
I don't think we have any other cards for items on consent. All right, I'm going to close public comment on that and bring it back to the council. Council Member Wright, you said you had a question on number 4. That's kind of an alignment.
I had
The
a
last comment.
similar concern, and so I had a quick question for staff, and that was, in the event that through the staff process, someone wasn't able to get staff to recognize the contribution of a certain individual, do they still have recourse to bring it to anyone on council as we serve the entire community, each one of us, to then, as basically like an appeal, to get it heard? Could you explain how that process would work?
And maybe you can just back up a little bit, and because this was a surprise to me too, and I don't know if it's on the work plan from before that I wasn't aware of, but kind of where this idea came about and why you think it's necessary.
Sure. Thank you, council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. Let me give a brief context for this policy. So, like many administrative procedures, one of the best practices in efficiency for an organization, effectiveness, is to establish policies that provide clear guidelines about many aspects of, governance and the operation of the city. This one relates to the multitude of requests cities can get for proclamations and recognitions and other ceremonial honorary certificates. If the goal of this policy is to establish guidelines, right? To provide clear and consistent guidelines for when is staff time and when is council meeting time going to be spent on these types of proclamations and honorary documents, right? And so this, it came out of, it's not specifically on the work plan, but it is in the sense of working towards best practices for efficient conduct of local government and how we spend staff time and how council spends time. So to answer Councilmember Wright's question, this provides some guidelines, and then there's flexibility in here for cases that aren't clear, and I can consult with the mayor and say, is this request really, in the interest of the Pacifica community, and make that determination about whether a proclamation should be, a special presentation for a proclamation should be scheduled. Now, if the determination is made, well, we get a request and, that's not really specifically related to Pacifica business or really to the community, any person in the community or outside of the community can certainly appeal to individual council members, and per our other council rules, council members have the ability to agendize items, and that would be a separate process, but there is sort of that fallback if someone felt very strongly that, they should receive a proclamation from the city of Pacifica. This happens more often than anyone knows about. We, and City Clerk Coffey could probably cite some examples, but cities get requests from around the country and around the world about, can you issue us a proclamation? And so, again, it helps in the response and the evaluation to have a policy adopted by the city council that we can point to and say the city's standard practice is to not issue proclamations for that type of request. And then, so I won't go on. That sort of summarizes.
So I have a question. So will council still be able to bring forward proclamations? Because when I read through it, it doesn't feel that way. And so I'm just curious about that.
No, absolutely. And Councilmember Bowles had asked a question in advance too, like over the last 2 years, are any of the proclamations that the city council issued, would they not be allowed under this policy? And my assessment is no, they would have all been allowed. We tend to focus all the proclamations on in other words, this draft policy is consistent with the way we already evaluate proclamations. It's just putting it in writing.
I think for me, the language that was a little bothersome is, and you said that you can bring something to the mayor, but what it really says is in here is that you can, but you're not obligated to. And so it feels a little bit like it's taking the voice away from the council. And maybe that's not your intent, but that's the way the language reads. And that's so, I don't know if anyone else has.
Councilmember Beer, I see a light. Were you? Okay, sorry. What is the pleasure of the council? Do you think we need to pull this and have a further discussion on it or work on it further? Is there a brief amendment we can make to the document? And I don't even know if we can do that at this moment, City Attorney.
It sounded to me as if any member of the public could feel free to reach out to any one of us as we represent all of them. Yeah. And that we could then carry that torch for the public to have that be heard and then make a decision on it together.
Well, and I would just add to that comment that Councilmember Wright just made that this policy is not intended to stifle the council's opportunity to submit requests for proclamations. To the city manager's point, this really is for the purpose of giving the city some written guidelines for when these requests come in, and there is no apparent relationship to anything that would be of import to the city of Pacifica. Now, to Councilmember Bowles' question about, well, what happens if a council member disagrees, there are, different options. There's an option where any council member that can request that an item be put on the agenda to discuss, and whether or not that proclamation should be, passed by the council could be that agenda item. And then the other way is if there is, public comment about the proclamation, and a council member feels that that proclamation, so it doesn't have to be initiated by a council member, it could be initiated by a public commenter who is asking that the council, which we've seen before, place this on the agenda. At that point, a council member could then take that request, send it to the manager and say, I want to put this on the agenda. Or the mayor could have a conversation with the manager and discuss whether or not it is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. I think the language in the policy that presents the most concern potentially is the limitation that the proclamation needs to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Now understand that what is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city is up to the city. It's up to the five of you to make that determination.
Mm-hmm.
For example, the city of Berkeley has determined, decades ago at one point, that they felt that petitioning the federal government for a nuclear-free zone was within their subject matter jurisdiction. Other cities were placed with that same request, and they determined that it was not. There's no right or wrong answer. It really is dependent upon what you and your community feel is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. So I do agree with the city manager that I reviewed this policy and I didn't see it as changing the current policy, that unwritten policy. It really is just implementing it. If, there is potentially additional language that we could add to it, because I was rereading it quickly just now, and I didn't see any language that said that specifically, that council members could, make this request unilaterally. And I think, the issue there would be, do the council members have to fit within the same deadline and, obligations created in the policy? And as the city manager noted, there is an exception in the policy that would allow exceptions to the deadline upon consultation with the manager and the mayor. So, I do think that I do agree that the policy is not intended to change how we treat proclamations currently.
But can there be a sentence added that states that we are allowed? I think it needs to be written
You want it to
clearly
be-
so that people understand
sure.
that we're able to do that, right? Yeah, I agree.
Do you have a suggestion about that?
I'm
There's
Give me a minute, keep talking.
additional concerns. But Michelle?
Yeah, and the manager just he didn't want me fiddling with it while you were talking. He made a great suggestion, that is maybe we should just pull this item. If there's a consensus on the council that they would like to add some additional language to make clear what the council's role will be in requesting proclamations, we can do that, and he is correct. We should probably pull the item, and I can work with the city
Could I
manager.
voice a little more concern, just so that you can perhaps have a little bit more direction to go in?
Please.
It seems to me that the intent of this is to try to make things more efficient. And I understand and appreciate that, and you also want to limit wasting of staff time. I can appreciate that. It seems to me that a better practice would be if one of us was aware of a potential commendation that we wanted to advocate for, that nothing would stop us from going straight to Kevin and saying, hey, we think this is a priority, then he could talk to the mayor and have that discussion, and maybe a sentence that would clarify
Right.
it like that. So in the event that somebody from the public attempted to do it, it didn't work, they got a hold of one of us, we could advocate for that through going straight to Kevin. And with that concern expressed, have
We
a
can
little
certainly-
deeper dive.
Yes, we can make that more clear in the policy.
And if I could just add very quickly to help explain the purpose of this more, it's very akin to the flag policy that the council adopted, a year or a couple years ago, which is to have guidelines to be able to point to in a policy when we get a request that is clearly not aligned with Pacifica's values or the community's values, because that can happen. And if you don't have a written policy that we, staff, can point to and say, no, that doesn't meet our reasons for a proclamation, then we're in a value judgment situation that can get messy very fast with a pro-hate group that wants a proclamation, as an example. And so that's the value of having policy with guidelines to point to, and it's important on that front.
With that understanding that we can go to Kevin directly, I'd be okay with leaving it alone.
But I think it's better to have the language properly, so you don't have to second guess. To clarify, it's better if we clarify that.
And for
All of
future
the
councils
policy-
to have,
the policies
to have that
clarify.
written, that might not remember our meeting tonight. Yeah.
So when you bring it-
Are we going to pull this
I
item
think
and
we are.
discuss it?
Yes,
and-
I think there's
so-
a consensus on the council that we're going to pull it.
Okay.
Do I see head nods, yes, to everyone? No? 4 yes, 1 not so sure.
One, no. I feel comfortable now that I understand what the alternatives are.
Okay, but a majority of the council is interested in pulling it, so when it comes back to us, may I ask in terms of form, would it be like red type or some kind of way we know what the new sentence is?
Okay, sorry, my understanding was, did you want to pull it to just clarify the insert language now for adoption, like a normal pulled item from consent?
Oh, she said no.
To write it.
Oh,
Write it and come back to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
write it and come back another agenda item, another agenda,
Yes.
another meeting.
Okay, so then I move to approve the consent item minus item 4.
Wait, I still have a few questions on.
Oh,
those other
sorry,
items.
we don't mean to rush you. Go ahead, please.
So just on item 7, the Esplanade bike lanes, I'm really excited to see this going through after having rebid it twice. I want to make sure that we're notifying the PRC because we'll be affecting some of the people sleeping in their cars and oversized vehicles, and making sure that there's enough notice given so that they are able to move and not be woken up in the middle of the night, needing to move their vehicles. And then, I don't know what our typical policy is. There's a lot of parking that's going to be lost with this, especially by the apartments up, further up on Palmetto. And I'm just curious about whether we're notifying some of the apartment complexes so that they can let people know that they're going to need to find alternate parking.
I see staff approaching. Did you?
Yeah, I'll have City Engineer Roland Yip and staff address parking as it was evaluated, and then the procedures that we would normally do for notifications, pre-construction notifications for the project.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. This is Roland Yip, Deputy Director of Public Works / City Engineer. We have a practice of notifying PRC for the parking that's affected in the area. We do this for our annual paving project, and we will be doing this for the Esplanade area as well, notifying all of the RVs in that area ahead of our work. In terms of traffic impacts in the area, the most significant work that's will close down the streets, and mainly the one-way directions will be the slurry seal. And there's other striping and curb ramps, but those are minor. And sorry, could you repeat the second question one more time?
The second part of the question, from what I remember from reviewing the plans before, a lot of the parking on Palmetto north of Manor is going to be lost because of the bike lanes on the right side as you're heading north. And I know a lot of the apartment complexes there park because there's not enough parking in the complexes themselves. And so whether we're notifying those building owners so that they can notify the tenants that they're going to have to find parking elsewhere.
We can definitely do some additional outreach, but a study was conducted prior to the project, and the parking losses were brought forth in front of Planning Commission to evaluate
I understand
as
that,
well.
but,
But we can do some additional outreach to the apartment complexes to let them know of the parking losses that are occurring, and then so that they will be made known aware and they can have alternative options. But there appears to be a sufficient parking in the area for the apartment complex.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Roland.
And did you have other items?
I just one on item 8 on the Sharp Park. There was a question from a member of the public that lives on Carmel too, and I know the city manager answered my question, but maybe you can explain for the public, because the plans and the staff report didn't mention the trees that were being removed and replanted, and can you explain that process and how the trees are selected, if the owners will have, some input, who live along those streets, whether we're doing 2-to-1 replanting? I think there was a question from Tree City Pacifica where there were some other trees that were removed in another part of town that I think we were going to try to plant some extras here. So how many trees are we replanting, and how is the community going to be involved?
So we are removing a total of 3 trees on the project, and this was coordinated with an arborist and just determining of the condition of the trees and why they need to get removed. We are doing a 2-to-1 replacement that's following the tree ordinance in the city. We have on the plans, and I've uploaded a separate document onto the website that has the 9 potential locations. So we're only required to do a 2-to-1 replacement of 6 trees, but we have 9 potential locations. This is going to depend on the utilities and other conflicts of whether or not we can plant the trees, and we do have a contract with an arborist to come back out and help us determine where those locations are feasible. And we can meet up with residents, but ultimately the location, if we can plant 9, we can plant 9. If we could plant more, we can plant more. But if there's, like, say, a water main that is in conflict, we can't relocate a water main. It would cost over $100,000.
Totally
for a tree.
understand, yeah.
So there's like utility conflicts which may limit our ability to replant the trees, but we can definitely plant 3 in the place of where we've removed them. If we cannot plant more than the 2-to-1, we will pull from the project funds to put into the city's funds to replant the trees at a separate location.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Roland. I appreciate it.
Just to follow up on that, if you're removing protected trees, they will enjoy similar protections to the trees you're removing. Is that correct?
Sorry, so the trees.
So if you're cutting down a
trees?
protected tree and you're replacing it with 2 trees, and 2 years later somebody cuts down those 2 trees because they're not big enough to be protected, what I'm asking is, would those 2 replacement trees enjoy the same protection that the heritage tree enjoyed?
So these are the city's trees. I don't. So in terms of evaluating that, we would issue an encroachment permit from the engineering division if someone were to try to cut these trees down. But we would evaluate that at the time of the request. That if it comes to that, they would, we would likely implement the tree ordinance, at least for a 2-to-1 replacement. But it's in the city's right of way. It's the city's tree, so then we would have an ability to comment if someone's trying to cut it down.
Sorry, I was just sent a question from someone else. So apparently the Planning Commission, and you can confirm, Greg, because you were there, was actually asking for a landscape plan, and I know that hasn't necessarily been prepared yet. Is that something that will be available for the public to review?
So then, this project has it has a lot of elements in the civil plans, and it primarily is a ADA project. So there's not a lot of landscape features. So a lot of the landscaping are within notes in the civil plans. This was brought forth in front of the Planning Commission where I highlighted, and I can provide some more details on. Someone would have to know how to read the construction notes in order to see the landscaping and the tree removal. At least the tree removal and the replacement locations, I've highlighted and put it in the plans, but it would be a fair amount of highlights all over the sheets for someone to be able to interpret it. But if someone is interested in that, we can provide a separate set and highlight it for them.
Okay, and I did see that you added the highlighted, so it shows what trees are being removed and the proposed locations that are on the Public Works website, and I appreciate that, so people can look at that and follow up with you if they have questions.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
And my recollection of that is there were some budgetary considerations with doing a whole landscape plan, and they're trying to fit it into a grant. So there was a bunch of complicating factors, and staff has done its best to address the concern in a more cost-effective manner.
Right. And I saw there was some extra money being added for the Planning Commission requests.
That's correct, yeah. So originally, when we brought it forth in front of Planning Commission and we had told them we couldn't do a separate set was because the estimate was at $2.4 million already, and that's around how, we had a little bit less in grant funding, but the grant, because of the timing and the number of bidders, we had a total of 10 bidders on the project, which is the most I've ever seen.
Yeah.
We're around 30% less than the engineer's estimate. So
Wonderful.
because of that, we will be able to implement most of the comments that Planning Commission had requested.
Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I do think it's important, too, to recognize staff on what a great job they've done getting us grants to get stuff like this done, too. I'm just thrilled about this kind of stuff.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, City Council Member.
Okay, before we have a motion, I did remember one small edit that I wanted to suggest on packet page 56. This is item 2B. And I believe, Councilmember Bowles, can you see that page?
Yeah.
So the 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph down, and it's approximately 6 lines from the bottom, where you were referring to the offshore reef proposal or possibility. It says in the line that begins Army Corps people who have been working on a concept for an offshore reef, REEF, not an offshore lease.
Thank you, sir. I didn't catch that.
It's under, the recording and everything.
An offshore lease.
I know, I just thought, let's clarify that. No leasing.
I'm glad we don't have to rely on
I
the
know.
minutes and
I
that
know,
we
and
have
I
the tape
ordinarily
to fall
just
back on.
let stuff like that go, but yeah, an offshore lease just sounded not good.
Scary.
So that is my last comment. Anybody else, any further on the consent? I'll entertain a motion.
There was a motion already.
Oh, you did move already. Do we have a second?
Second.
Would you please call the vote, City Clerk Coffey?
Council members can vote with their vote
Oh, we're just
buttons.
voting with our button. We're not doing our thing. Like, yes. Cool. Are we good? 1, 2, 3, 4. There.
A little bit off.
Maybe it's the wrong one. No, it says
Just-
Beckmeyer vote.
Well,
I only see 4 illuminated, so I'm just going to reset it.
And are you questioning the one that says your name?
Yeah.
Actually, this is yours over here.
There's a little name label by the buttons. See 3 illuminated, 4.
But these,
We need one more. There we go.
Okay. Phew.
It looks like the light on Beckmeyer's may be out.
I pushed
up on
it, I
the
swear
up
I
on the
did.
board.
Light bulbs burned out.
It's lit on my box here, but we just need to check the one on the wall.
Well, no, Sarah, they're here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
And
Just note in your minutes.
okay. And
I
that,
voted yes.
The motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Beer and seconded by Councilmember Bowles, and the vote passes unanimously.
All
That was
right.
with item number 4 was pulled, and item number 2 as amended by Mayor Beckmeyer's statement.
Okay, great. All right. So we're moving on to public comments for items not on the posted agenda. Whoa. At the moment, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 cards. And so I do not want to in any way step on the community's voice here. I'll just ask that if there are comments that have been made that are exactly like your comment, that we don't restate. But if you want to restate, go ahead. While we had a lot of clapping earlier this meeting, because we were celebrating ceremonial things, if we could please remember and go back to that practice we've been doing lately of, waving and letting us, when there's agreement on things. And one more public comment. No, not one more. 1, 2, 4 more. All right. So let's get started with Takuko Hirano, who had needed a special time because she had a commitment. And I know we're already over that time, so sorry about that. Thank you, everyone. Please go ahead. There's a little step under the table if you want.
Okay.
Emily, could you help her, please?
I don't want to fall, so it's okay.
Okay.
Pull the microphone down to your.
Mr. Redfield, could you pull the mic down, please? Help. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I can start now?
Speak into the microphone, yeah.
Okay.
And you'll have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Oh, not 4 minutes?
No, 3. It's always 3.
I was told 4.
Nope,
And
3.
then, okay, I had to read really fast, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
We'll listen really fast.
Okay. We all have seen the shocking image of the burned city of Los Angeles. When I watched a woman crying for losing her house, in the school where her daughter used to go, I also cried. This can happen to us. Do we have enough water for fire hydrant in Pacifica, I hope? About 8 months ago, when I saw a huge concrete wall, looked like a freeway on the hill behind the lovely small-scale residential Brighton Road, the huge concrete wall really bothered me. What's a concrete wall for? I called the planning department, and later I met Mr. Karam, building official. He was sweet and patiently listened to my broken English. He explained that retaining wall was for new residential building, which was designed according to building code. This residential plan includes main home, 1 ADU, accessory dwelling unit, and 1 junior ADU. ADU loans do not require the property owner to add parking space for the renter. This makes it easier to build a new ADU. The state purposely eliminated the parking requirement to promote ADU construction. The traffic congestion during the peak time on Highway 1 is already a big problem. I have seen congestion during commuting time. The congestion is almost as bad as going to San Francisco, coming from San Francisco. It is huge. If there's a fire, if 14,000 cars try to escape from Pacifica, people in Pacifica may be trapped. You have only one exit. For instance, you are inside of the soccer stadium. You have only one emergency exit. That is the case in Pacifica. Imagine all residents in Lindemar try to escape. They end about 3,600 cars try to enter onto Highway 1. Again, we have only Highway 1 to go south or north to escape for emergency. The people in Lindemar are highly likely to have worse experience than East Shore Park, where I live. I know state has pushing Pacifica to add more housing. However, Pacifica has a unique land shape. Building code
Ms.
require
Hirano,
architect design number of exits.
you'll need to wrap up your comments.
Okay, based on the number of occupancy, Pacifica must do the math in backwards. Pacifica needs to limit the number of residents based on.
I think we're going to have to ask you to send an email to us with the rest of your comments.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay. So I'm going to call 3 folks at a time. And the first 3 will be Aaron Clark, Robin Brunn, and Cliff Lawrence.
Yep. Good evening. It's a little later than I thought it would be, but
I know. Sorry about that.
we're on a roll. The pier's closed. I don't like that. The promenade lights are out. That's a simple fix. I guess there's no one at Public Works that can trace a short anymore and do a simple electrical repair. The K-rails on Beach Boulevard, I don't know what those are doing there. I assume it's to keep sand off of Beach Boulevard, but the reason the sand ended up on Beach Boulevard is because the city didn't do the maintenance that's required to keep that from happening. So the K-rails don't need to be there. The city needs to do the maintenance. And of course, they got rid of the equipment that they used to do the maintenance, so they can't do that now. Sharp Park Road is a mess. There's sandbags laying on the street. There's Scotch broom and pampas grass growing everywhere. There's a log at the bottom of the hill where a tree fell, and Public Works cut it back to the edge of the road and just left all the mess there. Then you get over to Valley Mar. We all know the story there where the city tried to walk away from their maintenance obligations. We got the Caltrans brush piled along Highway 1. That could have been easily cleaned up, but the city hasn't maintained the service road that used to run from Valley Mar to Rockaway. We used to be able to drive big dump trucks and stuff through there and could have easily taken care of all that. The bottom of Fassler's a mess. I'm tired of looking at that dead tree that's been laying there for 2 years. That's city property. That should have been cleaned up 2 years ago. You can get down to the pedestrian bridge at Rockaway. That's closed. I looked underneath there. There's 5 I-beams that need to be replaced. That's a simple fix. I will actually volunteer if the city takes the deck off of there. I'll weld in the new I-beams. I have no problem with that. I'll do it for free. That's a simple fix. You go over the hill, the Crespi tree. Public Works guys cut that tree. That's ridiculous. They left 6-foot-long dead limbs hanging off of there. It's an embarrassment. That needs to be fixed. The pump station, I won't even get into that fiasco. And it goes on and on. So you think, well, maybe I'll get out of town and take a break and go up in the hills. But you can't go up in the hills because access to Montera Mountain's been closed off because some developer's taken 4 months to build a retaining wall that could have been built in 2 weeks. So it goes on and on and on. I don't care where you go in town. There's broken branches in every tree. There's brush laying on the ground. There's piles of debris. Nothing is being done. The Public Works Department is a shambles. Everybody knows it. Everybody I talk to knows it. And something needs to be done. It's ridiculous. There's no equipment. There's no training. It's a joke. And I'm not blaming the employees. This is a total management failure. Total management failure. So that's all for tonight. I'll be back, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If you can, non-audible, thank you very much. Thank you. Robin Brunn.
Yes. Hi there. My name is Robin Brunn. I am the creator of the Pacifica Whale Spotting Group. And this statement is to address what transpired on December 9th. This is not about item 11 on the agenda, which addresses process. I would like to express my extreme disappointment in the passing over of Christine Bowles as Mayor Pro Tem, meaning she will not be able to serve as our mayor during her term, thereby denying her constituents representation in the mayoral position. A district that has not had mayoral representation in over 9 years. Christine has proven her leadership capabilities time and time again. Her leadership, transparency, and consistent outreach towards our community are a few of the many reasons I voted for her. The reason stated for this motion was that she's not ready yet, a statement that was filled with condescension. This was a complete lack of respect towards someone who works tirelessly for this town, and we all know it's not for the money. It's because of her love for this town. This was obviously a decision that was made in secret, to the surprise of everyone but a select few. This was nothing more than a naked power grab. All of the crocodile tears shed the night of December 9th do not change that fact. Since this council seems to have no problem ignoring precedent, the only way that I see where this can be rectified is by voting Christine in as mayor in the next term, bypassing the mayor pro tem role. I think she'll be ready by then. Thank you.
Cliff Lawrence.
Cliff Lawrence here. I wish I could say I was pleased to be here this evening, but the task at hand is not pleasant for me. I'm here to talk about December 9. I sat through the whole evening. The kumbaya ended, and it was like there was a bloodbath that ensued. I haven't seen so much breaking of council norms, of, I can't say traditions, I don't know about policies, a number of those. I can say that it was a shock. I think it was a shock to a number of other people on the diocese, at least I believe so, and certainly in the audience. There were 2 times last year that we left this place with our hearts sunk. One was the Nazi night. That's when somebody else did something to us. December 9th, we did it to ourselves. This was, in my mind, a real low point for this assembly. And I'd really like to see a do-over. What would have happened if somebody had suggested to Craig at that time, to the gentleman who made the second, that he could withdraw the second? We might have had a different outcome. So the fact that that wasn't done and a number of other things happened, and I have to ask, what is it she's not qualified? I think she's overqualified. I think she can handle almost anything that anybody in this room can handle. And as I was grieving for her, I was grieving for another new member who was watching this happening and envisioning, it's going to happen to me next. I mean, why wouldn't she think that? So I think you got a problem. A stain, if it's not addressed soon, is really hard to get rid of. And I ask you to do a do-over, a reconsider, find a way to do it, but get it done, because in your heart, you know it's right.
The next 3 are Sue DeGree, Suzanne Moore, and Nancy Tierney.
Regrettably, I have to agree about December 9th. That was heart-sinking,
and I do believe you do need to address this. The main reason, well, I won't say the main reason, but it's New Year's, and I'm doing this as a commitment to myself because I'm very, very concerned. I'm a long time citizen, and I want to stick up for and encourage other residents to do so and applaud those that do. I was heartened at the Quarry open talk when somebody said, we don't want to be bullied. And I feel that I know that our Constitution, both our U.S. Constitution and our California Constitution, clearly denote to everybody that electeds are not to replace the public person, the public voter, the public voice, nor to displace them or replace them. So the role of municipals, I'll come down to the municipal because that right now is the most important to me at the moment, because I think this is fundamentally where all of our nation's freedoms are, or how we conduct ourselves as empowering the public right here in town. So I urge all of us, and definitely council members, to think of empowering the members of the public. And so one of the most egregious things that has happened that I feel that threatens our democracy, starting with right here, is when electeds from Sacramento put down mandates for us to do things in the state of California as a one-size-fits-all. And in that mandate does two things. That mandate says, public, shut up. And the other thing, it says, you're threatened if you don't comply. My goodness, your punishment is to give the rights to developers. Now, I sat up there from 2002 to 2018, and I will use Senator Wiener's name. He was babbling on the press about how terrible Coastal Cities was. He's a San Francisco resident, never came here, never talked to me as a council person. This community and the councils fought hard to get affordable and inclusionary housing. It was a fight fought mostly against by developers. So I'm urging you, council, speak up. Don't let these mandates from elsewhere go unchallenged. We are American citizens. Who has the right for any reason whatsoever to tell us to shut up? Thank you.
Suzanne Moore, and then Nancy Tierney.
Suzanne Moore, District 2. When I was growing up, I had family and friends enter a religious community and choose community service when they were called. A calling is familiar. It is deeply grounded in faith, community, duty, and love. History warns us, however, that those with a calling can lose their path and risk arrogance and exclusivity because they believe they and their visions are special. I believe there's a way to avoid these pitfalls by commitment to three important tasks of public service: educate, engage, and empower. Educate the public to assure we are informed, engage the public to garner ideas, correct misinformation, and mitigate concerns, and empower the public to participate in the work of our community. These three tasks reduce the pitfalls of service. The tasks are visible and measurable, and the public can hold those called to public service accountable for their actions. This year, we in Pacifica have important work to address needs in housing, climate change, public transportation, and community inclusivity. Educate, engage, and empower. We're all being called to service. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I too wish to speak about the December 9th Council meeting. Specific to the treatment of Councilmember Bowles and not the process to be addressed in item 11 on the agenda. In my email to council members on the day following the meeting, I noted that I had been enormously pleased with Christine's performance as council member, representing not only my strong concerns about environmental protections and environmental justice, but the livelihood of all those living in our community. I also take some pride in how well prepared Christine comes to meetings, having reviewed relevant documentation and engaging with community members. And further, as a resident in District 2, I feel we are being denied the opportunity, even if mostly a formality, to have our representative lead the council. In his response to my email, Councilmember Wright urged me to continue sharing my voice so that, as he said, we can work towards the future in a more positive manner towards a sustainable, environmentally friendly, proud Pacifica. So I am doing just that. Thank you.
Dinah Verby, Marcia Murphy, and Kata Gomes.
Dinah Verby. In 2023, the City Council revised the City Council Rules and Code of Ethics. Section 4 is called City Council Decorum, and it spells out the standards of conduct for City Council members. To paraphrase, Section 4.1 provides that council members have the right to expect a high degree of decorum and courtesy during City Council meetings and in interactions between and among council members. Section 4.2 says council members must be polite, even under tense situations, and refrain from impolite or disrespectful remarks at public meetings towards fellow council members. Section 4.4 says council members should try to keep open minds on all on all matters before the vote, in order to fulfill the council's community responsibility. Section 4.5 forbids grandstanding, which is defined as using one's council seat in a disrespectful and inappropriate manner, such as personally attacking a fellow council member. Sadly, these standards of conduct were not adhered to during the December 9th meeting. Instead, in one of the cringiest meetings I've ever watched, we witnessed the mayor publicly humiliate a fellow council member in a way that was impolite, disrespectful, and inappropriate. There was no open-mindedness in the way that vote happened. Instead, it seemed that the entire process was manipulated. We all saw the mayor use the power of the gavel to control the selection and cut off meaningful debate about other potential nominees. It may have been technically legal, but it was wrong. And you need to understand that. From where we sat, the entire process looked predetermined. I don't enjoy standing here and making these comments. In fact, I feel extremely awkward and uncomfortable right now. But I feel strongly that by not speaking out, my silence would be deemed to be a tacit approval of what happened. You need to know that it was not okay, not by a long shot. This is not the style of leadership that we expect and deserve in our community. And I'm not alone in my feelings, clearly. In fact, the Pacifica Tribune article on this was not only one of the most read articles last year, but it was the most highly commented on. And that gives you an indication of how serious we take this and how disappointed we are. And I don't know if there's a way to make it right without having a do-over of that vote. But I do feel the need to make you understand that we are watching and we expect better.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Marcia Murphy. Also regarding December 9th. According to the dictionary, trust, reliance on the integrity, ability, etc., of a person or thing, confident expectations, to do something without fear. I ask, How can our city council serve the population of this town when there is no trust?
Horsha Moore. Greetings, good evening. My name is Kata Gomes, Ramaytush descendant from the village of Temictac. I want to talk about respect. As Pacifica stands united in love, I want us to listen to the words we say. I want our planning department to hear our land acknowledgement. I personally have felt disrespected, especially when it comes to the subject of the quarry. I requested tribal consultation. That did not happen. I had witnessed disrespect last month at this city council meeting. My heart goes out to Christine. I felt she was deeply disrespected. This is not the way we operate here. I'm hopeful in this new year that we can do better because we deserve better treatment from our community. Thank you. Bowles is ready. I respect all her questioning and clarification because it's needed. Thank you.
Malin Marino, Brian Renero, and Deborah Etienne.
Hello, my name is Mayla Marino, and before I start my speech, I'd like to say that I'm happy for Maryland for being elected. And now I'll start my speech. Bullying. Huh, what a funny word. But sometimes the word bullying isn't funny. Like, I have to hear people say names and things I didn't like. And I don't want little kids to have to live in this generation where bullying is everywhere. Kids should be themselves, not others. Our faces should not be pretty, but our hearts should be beautiful. So let's stop bullying now and forever. Thank you for your time.
Mayor Beckmeyer and council members, thank you. Brian Renero, Pedro Point. I want to address the logic of the argument in regard to Christine Bowles being passed up as the mayor pro tem on December 9th, specifically that she's not ready. I personally have worked with Christine, or she has heard my arguments. She's given a lot of voice to our community beyond her own district, and the record stands that her readiness for the office is, she's more than ready. In fact, I think it's not an exaggeration to say that she is among the most excellent council members we have had in the history of Pacifica, dedicated, hardworking, ethical, and dignified. Even today, she shows examples of how she's ready for this office and performs her duties exceptionally, by being dignified, conducting the city business first, despite what has happened. So I'd like to say, with addressing that logic of readiness, I would respectfully but frankly say you are mistaken. And there's another aspect about why you're mistaken to take this action. There are norms and expectations from the voters of Pacifica who come to understand that there is a rotation process, that members of council have their turn at pro tem and eventually as mayor. They voted and vetted their candidates and put them there. So the voters have said that Christine Bowles is ready. It's not for the council members to interject themselves and second guess what the voters have chosen to put on the dais. The last thing I'd like to say is I'd like to give a moment for folks to think about how they would memorialize their first actions on the council and what they chose to do as their first actions on the council in regard to this issue. So I'd like to recognize Myra Espinosa for having a spine and standing up and saying, I don't like what's happening, and introducing the debate before the nomination and second was allowed to move forward. I thank you for doing that. That also shows integrity and respect for the will of the people who voted in our community. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Deborah Etienne here. I too am going to speak about last month's meeting. I was very surprised and disappointed in the actions concerning Councilwoman Bowles. I worked at IBL for 8 years, and your behind-the-scenes plot to deny Bowles her vice mayorship is similar to how the middle school girls often act. They'll exclude others in the lunchroom or talk about one another in the bathroom, and then they come out and they're all upset. That just reminded me of this behavior. It was very alarming, and it created divisiveness instead of collaboration. I think we all prefer the latter. Lastly, how insulting to tell Mrs. Bowles that she isn't ready for vice mayor. That statement made you look silly because it is so ludicrous. Thank you.
Delia McGrath, Lila Renero, and Summer Lee.
Good evening again, council and staff and members of the public. My name is Delia McGrath. I was watching and listening to the City Council meeting of Monday, December 9th, 2024 on Zoom, and I observed the selection of Pacifica's Mayor Pro Tem. Prior to the meeting, I had no reason to doubt that Councilmember Bowles would be seated as Mayor Pro Tem. I have found Councilmember Bowles to be one of the most highly qualified, professional, competent, fair-minded, and compassionate elected officials ever to be seated on the Pacifica City Council. And I thought she was in line to be our next Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem, following years of succession tradition. When Mayor Beckmeyer stated that Councilmember Bowles wasn't ready to be mayor, I found this deeply disturbing. It clearly did not align with my need to trust that elected officials will speak and act respectfully, nor that what you will say will be fair-minded and wholesome. As you are aware, I do pay attention to council business and council deliberations. I often come before you to speak my mind, as I am doing here this evening. I definitely prefer speech and actions from elected officials that uplift the well-being of all the people who live here in Pacifica. I sincerely hope that reparations to Councilmember Bowles will be forthcoming. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and everyone in the room. I'm here tonight to add my voice to the other December 9thers, but I promise I'll keep it short. My comments on the night's proceedings are already well represented in the public comments packet with my emails and screenshots others provided from social media. While the process for mayor and mayor pro tem may have been legal that night, it frankly has the appearance of being a well-planned and advanced by others who clearly did not include Christine Bowles. Yes, it was very uncomfortable and unpleasant to watch, and I believe That is because a sense of decency tells us that it was the wrong way to go about it. I'm not going to further suggest how to fix it, but I do hope that this wrong gets right. Actually, yes, I do. I echo the idea of the do-over. That is all. Thanks for listening, and have a lovely evening.
Hi, good evening. Summer Lee. I'm also talking about December 9th. This is not a policy issue. This is about fulfilling the roles of decorum and proper representation. It appeared to those of us watching that night that there was collusion of 3 council members to quickly pervert the process in order to stop a beloved council member from being mayor. The quick motion and approval to pass over Council Bowles was after an unprecedented marathon love fest for the outgoing council members, and yet the public was not allowed to give comments on the new mayoral appointment and pro tem appointment, which has been the past rule. Also, the city attorney failed to educate our newest council member, Espinosa, and deprived her of her participation and of her voice. She was silenced in just the very first few minutes of being a council member, which is even more a travesty because she's the first council member of color in a long time, probably since the city was founded, and was elected to represent the most ignored district of our city. She was silenced by you. Even worse, for the last several years, some of you have deflected constructive criticism from the community, chastising us for singling out council members or staff. So imagine how it appeared when Councilmember Bowles was singled out from the dais and insulted, and most of you, including staff and city attorney, went along with it. Hopefully you've seen since then that the community who elected you does not agree with how this went and how Councilmember Bowles was characterized. And I hope there's a reckoning tonight, and I hope it's fixed. This was not a failure of policy or rules. This was a failure of the people who are tasked to represent us and the decency that we all deserve. Thank you.
Peter Loeb, Betty Duran, and Cassie Lenardi.
Peter Loeb, there were procedural errors in that December 9 selection of mayor and mayor pro tem. I think warrant a redo of that meeting, that process. For one thing, there was supposed to have been an opportunity for public comment before the mayor and mayor pro tem selection. There was an earlier opportunity for public comment in the meeting. It was in the wrong place, and it was done before the new council members were seated. So the public did not get to speak to the newly seated council. Also, when the motion for mayor pro tem, motion and second was made, Councilmember Espinosa said that she wanted to nominate Councilmember Bowles, and she was told no, she had to vote on the motion on the floor. That's not correct. According to your own council rules, she could have offered a substitute motion or made an amendment, motion to amend. She could have, there are several other parliamentary things that she could have done, but she was not helped to do that. She had just been seated as a council member, and that's pretty, it was, to me, it was a pretty awful moment. She was wanting to do something that it was really her right to do, and she was not allowed to do it. She could have made a substitute motion and seen if there was a second and see if there was a vote. But that did not happen. I think that that warrants a redo of that action, and I would ask that the council members will ask, how can we do a redo? What's the process for actually doing that? Putting it on the agenda for the next meeting, whatever. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Betty Duran. I also would like to speak on the events of December the 9th. I'm going to read because I don't know that the public, all of the public, that not just those in the room, but those that are at home don't know what we're talking about. This is an excerpt from the letter that I wrote to City Council. I got a response from 3 of you. 2 of you did not bother to respond. Again, this is not the entire letter, but it says, I don't know the protocol for what I'm trying to convey, and if this is the most effective way of expressing my concerns. Perhaps I should say it in a public forum. Please know that after a meeting, that December 9th meeting, adjournment, I had what was a lengthy conversation with our newest mayor, Sue B. I was uncomfortable, and I sensed I made Sue uncomfortable as well. I told her that I didn't know what that was, meaning the process of selecting Mary Beard mayor pro tem, but something needed to be done to correct the situation. I don't know if she has made you aware of my conversations, but I have now shared them with you. Further, the selection of Mary Beard as mayor pro tem was deeply troubling. I was there in person, and I am sure of what I witnessed. The selection of Mary Beard seemed preordained. Sue asking the city attorney if she could make a motion. The way the motion was made with a second by the council member Wright, within 1 second. Where was the discussion? Only after the motion was made, as it turns out, too late for others to be considered. You will not convince this member of the public that this was spontaneous. Mary stated that she had been thinking about Christine all day, very clearly giving the impression that she already knew what was planned. Sue's statement that she knew Christine would be ready at some future moment felt condescending. To wound someone in a public forum is not worthy of the position each of you holds. I'm not going to read any further except to say, how will you correct this situation? The city attorney should be ashamed of herself. You could have given Myra a better direction. You can see I'm upset. I don't do well at these functions. But I know when something is wrong, and what happened on December the 9th to this wonderful woman who is the best city council member we've ever had is disgusting. Fix it. Fix this situation. Thank you.
I have 2 cards remaining. If there's anyone else that would wish to speak, if they can fill out a card. I have Cassie Leonardi and Denise Leonardi.
Good evening. I also want to express my concern on how the mayor and other council members acted on December 9th, effectively denying Christine the opportunity to serve as our mayor pro temp. I also am asking for council to reevaluate its decision and do a do-over. Christine is more than qualified and more than ready. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Denise Leonardi, and I'm also here to support Christine. And I'd also, Mary, you are my district council member, and I would think the right thing would be for you to step down and let Christine become the mayor pro temp. Okay, I really would think that would pretty much alleviate it.
Just a second, please. Okay, please go ahead. In fact, could you reset the clock? Thank you. And I'm sorry, that was a
Yeah,
little
I'm just
distracting.
keeping it short. I'm here to stand for Christine. As Mary, as you're my district council member, I think the right thing would be for you to step down and pass the baton to Christine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And that was Denise Leonardi. I have two names that I think they wanted to speak on this item, but it's not clear if maybe they wanted to speak on item 11. And this is public comment for items not on the agenda. Luani Messina and Anya Shapiro. Oh, yeah, I haven't gotten there yet. That's the next one. And it looks like Sue Otterloss will be, okay, I don't have it. Do I have it?
Hello, and my name is Lueni. Thank you. I want to acknowledge the emotions in this room. It's valid and understandable as to how frustrated or hurt folks can be with decisions that are made that sometimes aren't in our control. However, being hurt due to certain outcomes not being what some may want, it is unacceptable hearing about some of the actions and hurtful words people are saying and doing to those elected. It's important to separate the process from the person and not direct negativity toward someone who has simply stepped up to serve the community for countless of years. How can we preach about not bullying when there's bullying happening right now before our eyes and behind closed doors? As someone who lives in San Bruno, yes, I hear about what's happening in Pacifica. Let us take this time and opportunity to support one another and engage in productive dialogue around how we can improve the systems that govern us. This is how we can build a stronger community, by lifting each other up when we don't agree. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and neighbors. My name is Anya Shapiro, and I'm here to comment on the last council meeting as well. I have absolutely nothing negative to say about Councilmember Bowles, as it's clear that she is lovely and has worked very hard for this community. And I'm in agreement with the brilliant young lady speaker earlier who talked about bullying and ending bullying. And sometimes bullying can take form in effort to defend others as well. I'm here to speak up for Mayor Pro Tem Mary Beer, as the events of the last meeting have resulted in many undue and really hurtful comments towards her. And I believe there's zero chance that Mary would have been involved in anything untoward and colluding in any way. Mary is one of the most impressive and inspiring people that I've had the fortune to work alongside. She leads with her whole heart and devotes all her time selflessly in service of others. This comes through in everything that she does for youth in this community, in her substance use prevention work, in her efforts to help the unhoused, in her work around community building and bringing people together to make Pacifica a better place to live, and in her years of service on this council without personal agenda, but to purely serve others. Mary is the last person who would do anything for the sake of power. She's someone who is especially gifted at seeing the best in people and supporting and celebrating others. And while there may be disagreement around nominations, I hope that folks wouldn't resort to blaming her for being nominated and for attributing ill intent where there wasn't any. She simply accepted the nomination in service of others. There's a way to support nominations of council members without tearing down others, especially when it results in harm. Thank you. Thank you. We see you, Mary, and we're here to support you. And thank you to the rest of the council for all of the hard work that you do. It's truly impressive.
I have two more cards, Joanne Gold and Dave Goodwin.
Hi, Joanne Gold, District 5. And it's with a heavy heart that I am beginning comments of 2025 of this nature. But Mayor Beckmeyer, I am deeply shocked and frankly disgusted by the actions of December 9th, when you made the motion to appoint Councilmember Beer as Mayor Pro Tem instead of Councilmember Bowles. This move clearly blindsided Councilmember Bowles and unjustly denied her the opportunity to serve as mayor before her term ends in 2026. Your blatant disregard for the long-standing practice of rotating the role amongst all members reeks of political manipulation and a disturbing lack of integrity. Even worse, it was a calculated power play that was premeditatedly endorsed by Councilmember Wright and was nothing short of bullying, as you publicly and inappropriately insulted Christine's readiness. In doing so, you stripped away any pretense of fairness and sent a clear message that respect and collaboration are expendable in your pursuit of control. And all of you who allowed it to happen are complicit, with the exception of Councilmember Espinoza, who at least attempted to question the process, but was silenced and marginalized by the rest of you. It takes an extraordinary level of arrogance and moral blindness to justify such underhanded tactics. How do you reconcile this behavior with any claim to ethical leadership? Your actions have spoken louder than your words. We see you, and we see what you do. This is now a part of your legacy. However, this council can still demonstrate that you can be capable of ethical conduct by immediately reversing your decision and ensuring that Councilmember Bowles receives the opportunity to serve as mayor as she deserves, because she is undeniably ready.
David Goodwin is the last card that I have, except for Sue Vaterlos.
Thank you. Thank you. This is tough. I was going to speak on number 11 throughout the process, but after hearing all this about everybody and how being rude and everything else, I'm the member of a committee. And during that committee session, we actually had an agenda item that talked about this. And basically, it took over half the meeting, and all it was a bullying fest. And it was really rude and obnoxious. I just cannot believe it. A member of this council was on that committee. She knows about it. And I can't stand to hear that she's all, behind closed doors, if she is this rude. And it's just annoying to hear that the things that they said about my council member that represents my district and my friend, I don't think they knew that. And the thing is if they're doing this behind closed doors and then they're all friendly outside, that's not right either. I'm not saying December 9th was right or anything else. There was a process. But what was done after and the lighter fluid that was put on this gang mentality was just, I'm actually going to resign from the committee because I can't be around that. It's just not right. And yeah.
Sue Vaterlos.
Sue Vaterlos, I wasn't going to speak on this, but hearing all of this, talk about bullying. I mean, this has been a bully fest tonight. People bullying right and left. And that's not what I came here to talk about. I came here to talk about the fires. And the problem, I live in the North End. I don't have an issue. I have 5 ways out of here. If I lived in Park Pacifica, I'd be concerned. There are trails that go up in the back that could be exit fire roads because we're in trouble if we have anything like Los Angeles. So I am going to speak on process later, but I'm going to give this to Public Works because we have problems. Our highway has problems, and I think we're in trouble. Thank you.
I have no further cards. Assistant City Clerk, can you please let me know if there are people in the virtual world that would like to speak?
Yes, we have 5 raised hands. The first raised hand is for Mark Macias.
Go ahead and speak.
Good evening. My name's Mark Macias. I'm retired San Francisco lieutenant, fire department with 27 years of service. And throughout my career, I've been deployed to almost every major wildland fire in the state. Fires like Butte Lightning Complex, Paradise, Tubbs Fire, Ventura, San Bernardino, just to name a few. The most thing that everybody that I talked to at those fires had in common were none of them thought it would ever happen to them. Now, if you look at the people down on Pacific Coast Highway, down by Malibu, they probably never thought if there was a fire, it would jump Pacific Coast Highway 1 and west and burn their homes to the ground. I'm sure they thought it would never happen to them. I live on the south side of Crespi Drive, and about 10 years ago, we had a fire on 4th of July due to fireworks. And Pacifica Fire did a great job of containment and halting that fire from spreading. However, the fuel loads in those eucalyptus groves have almost tripled, and it makes it nearly impossible for me to maintain 100 feet of defensible space behind my property due to neighboring eucalyptus and people who are not maintaining their property. So I'm asking the city of Pacifica and the Pacifica Fire Department for proactive abatement and code enforcement to mitigate these fuel loads. I know for a fact through my experience, fire crews who are on major fires like these will drive a neighborhood and tag homes as defensible or undefensible. And unfortunately, there are many homes on Crespi Drive and throughout the south end of Pacifica that would be deemed undefensible. So again, I'm asking the city of Pacifica and the fire department for some proactive code enforcement. So Pacifica, wake up. It's not a matter of if this is going to happen, it's when. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Gloria Stefan.
Please go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Gloria Stofan, a longtime resident of Pacifica and Rockaway Beach. I echo what Mark and Sue Valterlas say about the fires. However, I am here to speak about the meeting, City Council meeting of December 9th. I was so disappointed with the decision to not allow Councilwoman Christine Bowles become Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Christine Bowles is very capable and very ready to do the job as Mayor Pro Tem. Her questions to staff have helped me better understand the whys and how comes of the city and council processes. Watching the council meeting on Zoom left me stunned and surprised when I heard that she wasn't ready. This may be why some in the community have a lack of trust of their city representatives. Thus, a need for transparency and respect for each other is very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Erin Macias.
I think maybe Erin Macias?
Yeah.
This is Erin Macias speaking. Good evening. Can you hear me, Council?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Women's suffrage has spanned decades. I personally cherish my right to vote. I also recognize the abuses of our female suffrage workers, what they endured. From beatings to imprisonment, even dressing up as men to try and cast a vote. Women across the nation and in California battled. We won our right in 1911. In San Francisco, my great-grandmother was one of the first women in the city and county of San Francisco to cast her vote in 1912. I speak tonight to honor her and to all the women who continued the fight until the Constitution was amended in 1920. The stunt during our December 9th meeting to skip over an elected woman for her turn as pro tem and then mayor was not only a slap in the face to every woman voter and these brave foremothers, but it deprived the voters in an entire district the right to proper representation on council. I also would like to echo the comments of my spouse, Lieutenant Mark Macias, retired, who did fight wildfires across the state for over 7 years. He knows firsthand the real risk of not creating defensible space, and the city must immediately address these issues. No task force. We need code enforcement to issue citations for any and all violations that are reported to the city, and we need to use the abatement and lien process to get it done now. America is going to be celebrating the 250th anniversary in 2026. Can you imagine the fireworks show and the fire risk if we let this go for 2 more years? No more excuses. You all see the news and the destruction. Look around, look at the volume of fuel, the absence of defensible space, and this will be our fate if we don't address it. Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Irene Lee.
Hi, I have submitted my comment, but I just want to say that I think that the mayor and the mayor pro tem right now should both do the right thing by resigning, and then we do it over, and so that people like me don't feel like that we're being invisible because you bypassed Christine Bowl. Thank you.
The last raised hand is for Lou Sebastian.
Thank you very much, council members, and thank you for your service to our community. I met Christine Bowles before the election. I read all of her literature. She took the time to write her platform. I also spoke with her opponent, and I made the choice. I voted for her. And ever since that time, a number of times I've sent emails to her. She's responded to me directly when I had a question about certain things that were happening in Pacifica. I have been a homeowner since 1997, and I work. I'm very busy. I was very excited to have this free time tonight to work on my taxes, on my health benefits, and all of these other things that we normally do at the end of the year. And then my neighbor informed me about what was happening with Christine Bowles. Because I'm so busy and things go well with as long as things go well with the city council, I have trust that they're going to do the right thing. And if what the city council did in December 9th did not break any policies or any regulations or rules, then there must be a do-over where there won't be any policies or rules broken. And I agree with a lot of speakers tonight that regardless of policies or regulations, do the right thing. And I think we all make mistakes. We learn our lessons through mistakes. And if the mayor and pro tem would step down and allow Christine to assume the traditional role, I think you would reinstate trust in the community. Also, in all humility, if you apologized for what happened, including staff, legal counsel, council members, we're all in it together. I think you would still your vulnerability and reestablish trust among the community. Thank you for allowing me to state my opinion.
There are no other raised hands.
Okay, we'll give it another second in case someone decides to raise their hand. And if there's anyone else in the chambers that would like to speak. Nope. All right, then we'll close public comment for items not on the agenda. And return to our agenda. Which brings us to council communications. Do we want a little break? Do we want to move into council communications? What is the pleasure of the council?
Move council communications to the end.
I absolutely have a statement. I mean, I can make the statement during item 11. If that's what folks would rather do. It's fine with me to move the council communications, but I definitely have a statement that I'd like to make, so whatever you think is best.
I'm okay with moving council communications to the end. I have some items to update the council on regarding the vote that was taken this afternoon on the city selection committee and something else that I can't remember right now. We can do that afterward. So if that's all right with everyone, then we'll move our council communications to the last item on the agenda.
So we should probably take a motion to amend the agenda and reorder.
Mary moves and
I'll second.
And Christine seconds. Please vote. Okay.
It's a unanimous vote to move council communications to the end.
Oh, my light is still out. Okay. So that would have us, the next item is staff communications. City Manager?
Yep. Mayor Beckmeyer, Mayor Pro Tem Beer, council members, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just have one quick communication that I think it would be better to provide now than at the end of the meeting, and that is just to remind folks that tomorrow night at 6 p.m. on Zoom is a public meeting for the draft environmental impact report for the rezoning program for the housing element. And that information is available on the Plan Pacifica website. The Zoom link has been sent out. But I just wanted to make, that was going to be my only communication tonight, that's tomorrow, the 14th at 6 p.m.
Thank you. Okay. We have no public hearings on tonight's agenda, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4 consideration items. And then we'll have our council communications after that. So our first consideration item is the potential extension of public comment period for draft environmental impact report for the targeted general plan amendments, rezoning, and objective development standards program for the housing element. The agenda states that the proposed action is to discuss and consider whether to extend the draft environmental impact report public comment period to longer than 45 days. And City Manager Kevin Woodhouse will be giving us the staff report.
Yeah, thank you, council members. I have just a brief verbal report. This really is just the discussion amongst council members about whether you do want to extend the draft environmental impact public comment period beyond 45 days, and there's some options for that length of extension if the council were interested in doing that. On December 13th, the city noticed the draft environmental impact report availability. Then on January 3rd, followed up with more specific information, including providing the information once over the holidays during the closure. We confirmed when the public meeting date could be, so we pushed that out. But all of the legal notifications were done on the 13th, thus triggering the 45-day review period, was received by the state clearinghouse on the 16th. So the state comment period ends actually on, instead of January 26th, I believe it is on, it's in the report here, January 29th, the state comment period ends. But the question was raised, and this item was put on the agenda from Councilmember Bowles and Mayor Beckmeyer to discuss whether to extend the public comment period. I will note that the California Environmental Quality Act regulations say that, comment periods are 45 days. That's the length established, but that they could go up to 60 days, but except in unusual circumstances, should not exceed 60 days. And that's the summary of this item for council discussion. Happy to take any questions.
Okay. I know I have some things to say on this, but it is the custom and the norm to have the mayor speak after everyone else. So Councilmember Bowles, would you like to introduce it?
Yeah. Well, first I just want to emphasize how important this EIR, Environmental Impact Report, is to our community. And so the housing element that we've been working on now for a couple of years, partly being forced by the state to plan for all this new housing. So we're planning for about 2,500 new units of housing to be built over the next 8 years, and actually the first 2 years we're already behind. But what I'm hearing and what I read statewide is that once you have an EIR that's adopted, it's so much easier for projects to come through and be approved, and they don't necessarily need to do their own environmental review because they're relying on this general EIR that the city has done for the whole city, even though that EIR is not necessarily specific to the particular sites. So just before the holidays, I was planning to download the document myself and went back and checked my email and realized that while the document had been posted on the city website, the notice had not been given to the public that it was available. So the Plan Pacifica website that we've done all of our general plan updates, including the housing element, has a sign-up list, and I've specifically been telling people to sign up there because we were getting notifications when new documents were released for the public to review, and unfortunately that was missed in that December deadline. So I wanted to bring this forward to give you all an opportunity if you feel that you need more time. I haven't even downloaded it myself. I'd actually ask for a printed copy tonight. Like how many pages are we talking about if someone, in the community wanted to read this and was just starting now? Maybe staff can answer that question. But, issues such as, traffic and fire and flooding and all those things should be analyzed in this. So it should be a comprehensive document. That's a lot to sort through. So I'd be interested in knowing about how long it is. And then I also wanted to ask for council, because we all also want to review it and eventually provide comments. I know typically with an EIR, the questions are asked and then the consultant compiles the questions and provides answers. Is council also expected, and planning commissioners also expected, to provide their questions before the deadline? Because that might impact, the time that we need to review it also.
Councilmember Bowles, you had a couple questions in there in terms of length of the document. I don't know exactly how long it is and the different components to it, and there's probably lots of attachments to it, so I can't speak to the specific length. And
I'm sorry, I would just add, it is hundreds and hundreds of pages. So I don't know the exact number, but it is,
I was having trouble downloading it before my trip, so I know it's
a
a
lengthy
big document, right?
And then your other question was about planning commissioner or city council review of the document. These documents come forward to the city council for certification at a point in the future. So the city council doesn't have to provide comments at this point during public comment.
I understand we don't have to, but I know, I mean, if the public is providing comment now before the deadline or asking questions, then those typically get answered by the consultant. Is that correct? That's what happened before with the general plan.
Yeah, usually there's a responses to
Right.
comments in the process that we also provide to housing and community development.
And then are sometimes revisions done to the document based on the comments that are received?
well, I'm sorry, I can answer that. What will happen is the response to comments will be responded to in the final EIR that will be prepared and adopted certified along with the EIR. And so, yes, the consultants will take those response to comments, and then usually it takes at least a month, perhaps 2 months, before the final EIR is prepared and ready for public review at that point.
So wouldn't it be better for us, if we wanted to take the time to review it, to give our comments ahead of time, so that we're not perhaps bringing up changes that might need to be made after the document has been revised and is ready for certification?
Are you talking about council comments?
Council or
Normally,
planning
council comments don't come in through response to comments. Your comments usually come in when you are reviewing the certified, or this EIR, to determine whether or not you think it's appropriate to certify. And if you don't, then you don't certify it, and then you would send it back to the consultants to do more work.
But obviously that delays the process.
But we don't encourage, or it's not normal to see council member comments in response to comments. The response to comments portion of the certification is for the purpose of allowing the public, not the council, to make comments and have the consultant respond to those comments, so that the council members all have all of that documentation in front of them when they are reviewing the final EIR for certification.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's helpful. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm hoping to get public comment if people think that they need more time, because I think in general, I would like to see us at least communicating to people by email to give a notification of when something is done. And I understand it may be, I'm giving my opinion now, I'm sorry, I'm just going to stop, because I shouldn't do that until after public comment.
Well, I'll say that at the moment, there aren't any cards for this item, which is item 10. There are a number of cards for item 11, but there are not any for item 10, although there may be some have called in. So are you saying you'd like to have public comment? And then we'll discuss? Yeah, okay. Nothing on the virtual comment? And nothing from the chambers at this time?
So remind me,
So
Kevin, what
I
did you
would
say, is the deadline the 26th or the 28th now as it stands?
I'm going to close public comment
Oh, yeah,
and
I'm
bring
so
it back.
sorry.
Yeah, that's fine, go ahead. I believe it's the 26th.
It says the
Didn't you say the
29th.
state was a little bit later?
That's right. The public comment period closes on the 26th, and the comment from the state closes on the 29th.
Right.
So there's less than 2 weeks left for people to review hundreds of pages if they want to.
I'm perfectly happy to extend some time. Just would like to hear how much time you think is helpful.
Well, I understand there's legal constraints, guidelines, as the city manager just explained. And I also, when I submitted questions to him about this issue over the last couple of weeks or so, there were elements to it that, we've been talking about for a long time around, we have builder's remedy potentials, we have our city's negotiations and engagement with the Housing and Community Development Department are also factors in this decision that the council would need to make. My thinking when I brought it forward was that we've heard from our community before on this type of issue. I recall hearing it at least twice, maybe 3 times. We allude to and refer to the work we've been doing, the heavy work we've been doing for years, 6 actually. And that's involved a lot of EIRs and draft documents and deadlines. And sometimes they fall towards the end of a calendar year. We've had feedback before about people not wanting to take holiday time away from family to review documents, et cetera. And my impression was that not a lot of people perhaps knew the document was available. Now, I understand that you put, Councilmember Bowles, a notice out through your newsletter, and that probably generated some inquiries on the city's website. We don't know that for a fact. We know the traffic was up, and it's logical that that would be a reason. But that doesn't really answer the question if more time is needed. And so, I made a proposal, a suggested, extension time of, I think it was February 16th, was my suggestion. And in the staff report, the city manager outlines what the options would be for us, which I should look at if we wanted to consider doing that.
Well, given the fact that we haven't had public comment tonight, and given the fact that we do have several builders remedy projects already, and the longer we wait to certify this, the more risk we have. I don't want to delay it longer than needed, but it does upset me that no email notification, was done, and to post something in the San Mateo Daily Journal that doesn't really have news about Pacifica. I don't know how many people are reading that. I don't read those notices myself.
Not all.
So I would like to suggest extending the deadline by a week to give people a little bit more time.
Okay, and Councilmember Wright?
I 100%, and I think everybody up here thinks that the public should have ample opportunity to review, digest, and ask questions and have input. I do wonder, when you mention things like builder's remedy, I have fear of that. There's also calendar issues that I worried about. I've been in the position on planning commission where process has eaten time, and then by the time we finally get the document, we don't have what I felt comfortable with in terms of sufficient time to review and adjust the document accordingly. So I just was wondering if, from staff's perspective, if we do extend the deadline, is there any potential unintended consequence of extending the deadline? And what would that do to any other future down the line timelines that we might start bumping into because we ate that time up here?
If I'm understanding Councilmember Wright's question correctly, and as mentioned by Mayor Beckmeyer, really in terms of extending the comment period on the draft environmental impact report carries 2 risks. The city's housing element won't be certified, it won't be complete until the environmental impact report is certified. And until the city's housing element is certified, we have the risk of what's called the builder's remedy applications that could come in that time period. So if you extend the public comment period by 2 weeks or 3 weeks, then at the end of the process, that extends housing element certification and final EIR certification by 2 or 3 weeks. And in that extended time period, it's just a risk. We don't know. There could be applications that come in and the city doesn't have its local control over those applications. So that's risk number one. Risk number two, which I think is sort of less and we can try to manage with HCD, is to explain to them why, we think that it's essential to go beyond the 45-day EIR review public comment period, and because HCD is focused on or can be focused on any undue delays in the process, right? So we can just try to manage that. Those are the two risks staff has identified. Neither has very specific or known outcomes. They're just risks.
So it wouldn't be staff's opinion that a delay would cause enough concern that you'd be comfortable if we did it?
I can't say that, because if a builder's remedy application came in during that time, then council and the public would say, hey, why don't we have local control over this development application? We've lost that because it came in during that time period. So I can't make that statement.
And we're already 2 years late, and we already have at least 3 applications
Yeah.
right now.
So that makes it hard on us because
Can you tell us when the last builder's remedy application was filed? We haven't gotten a planning update in a while. I don't think it's been recent, right? The ones that are on the books were filed sometime ago.
I don't have that information in front of me, and like I mentioned earlier, Community Development Director Updegrave is quite ill, so she's not on. But it hasn't, I think you're correct, it hasn't been recent.
Yeah.
So, but again, it's just an unknown that floats out there, right? That it's not like just, it's not that there's no potential consequence to the extension of the public comment period is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
so we have to decide how much risk we can stomach
Right.
in making this decision.
Well, the other question is that it's important for the public to read that report. If it's important, then we have to take risks sometimes. Maybe not extending it too long, but we need to take some risk if we want the public to read that document. So that way we feel like everybody's on the same page, they know what's going on in that report. So if it's important, we don't have to take the whole time, but maybe a little bit of time to make it happen. And hope that we don't get any building remedies applications.
So it sounds like there were 3 possibilities that were brought forward in the staff report, right? And Councilmember Bowles is suggesting a week. I was suggesting, I guess, about 2 weeks. No, 3 weeks, I think. So the deadlines would be, so let's do it that way. The present deadline is actually the 29th, correct? City manager?
Correct.
Because of the state review period? Okay.
Yes, I think there's a difference here. The public comment period can be the 26th. The state comment deadline for state agencies is the 29th. If you want to just put those two together and say, well, let's start with have them both be the 29th, and then you can go from the timelines there.
So then, Councilmember Bowles, that would be, what date would you propose?
Well, I would just say a week from the 26th, and then we've overlapped with the state deadline. So The 26th is a Sunday,
Correct.
so, I mean, I don't know, maybe,
It says February 5th.
Hmm?
It says February
February.
5th in the staff report. 7 days or until February 5th.
okay.
Provides an extra week of comment.
Oh, that's 7 days from the 29th.
Oh.
So, yeah, I'm okay with 7 days from the 26th, or to say the 2nd or 3rd, too, if we want to keep it a little shorter.
I'm fine with that.
And just to clarify, are we saying 7 days from the 26th would be Sunday, February 2nd? Is that, I'm just looking at a calendar.
Maybe we can say the 3rd, since that's a Monday.
Monday, the 3rd.
Yeah, I think that's good. How do you feel about that, Councilmember Wright?
I'd be okay with that. It's a good compromise. I like the process and the approach. I hope it's indicative of things to come.
Well stated. All right. Do you want to move?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I don't have the motion in front of me.
I don't know, we have a motion.
Do we?
I don't think there is one. Maybe you can just make one.
Okay. I move we extend the public comment period for the EIR for the housing element to Monday, January 3rd,
February.
by February 3rd, sorry.
I'll second.
And do we need to say a time?
5 PM? Close of business? Is that
That's usually what it is.
protocol?
Okay,
Yeah, sure, 5 PM.
okay, 5 PM.
And I'll second. Please vote. And for the record, I'm voting yes.
And the motion made by Councilmember Bowles and seconded by Mayor Beckmeyer to extend the deadline to February 3rd passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay.
I would like to take a little bathroom break if we could, just for 5 minutes.
So it's, what time is it? 10:16 already. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
All right then. So 5 minutes?
can imagine the people.
10:21? All right, we'll take a break until 10:21.
Recording stopped.
Okay. Here we go. Moving on in our agenda, we are at item 11, process for annual mayor and mayor.
Recording in progress.
Oops, let me say that again. Item 11, process for annual mayor and mayor pro tem selection, and Section 7, deliberations and voting, and Section 8, motions of City Council Rules and Code of Ethics. Proposed action, discuss the process for annual mayor and mayor pro tem selection and the City Council Rules and Code of Ethics, Section 7 and 8, pertaining to deliberations, motions, and voting, and provide direction to the city manager regarding next steps on this matter. And we will have a staff report from the city manager, Kevin Woodhouse.
Will we be making statements before? Should I make a statement before?
Do you want to make a statement first?
I mean,
Do you
I
wanna
think I
tee it
need
up?
to, because I
Go for it.
just can't, like,
Sure.
make it through the item without making a statement.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor, I appreciate it. I'm just going to start by saying that I've never been shamed for crocodile tears before, and it's something that I am not ashamed of. I am not ashamed to process my emotions in any way that I need to. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to make a statement this evening. And I want to thank you all for showing up and voicing your opinion, because that is what makes Pacifica, Pacifica. And that is what has always made Pacifica, Pacifica. It's awesome. I especially want to thank those who know me the best and who love me and who are here in person and in Zoom. So I'm going to start from the beginning. But first, I will address Christine. Because you know how much I respect you and how much I care about you. And I think we've been able to talk about that together, and I really appreciate the opportunities that you have given me to spend time with you and to talk this through. I really appreciate that. And I love that the community is coming out and supporting you the way that they are. So in my experience in council, and as is stated in the staff report, the selection of mayor and mayor pro tem was lightly based on the number of votes. And in my first election, I had more total votes than our beloved Mike O'Neill, and he didn't serve as mayor during his final term on council. Fast forward to a year ago, at the reorganization meeting, Councilmember Big Stick stated that by his calculations, I would be the next in line for mayor pro tem. I spoke up, stating that strategically, Sue Beckmeyer, because of her work on statewide coastal issues, would be better situated for the role that year. I put her ahead of myself because it made more sense strategically. I didn't feel that I was giving up my place in line. And, unfortunately, this is where my thoughts resided for the entire year leading up to the December meetings. So yes, I was nervous all day leading up to the December meeting, not because I was conspiring to humiliate my colleague, which is something that I would never do, but because I wasn't sure what was going to happen that day. And, as a dear trusted friend told me, I was woefully unprepared, and that it was probably my worst showing on the dais to date. And that I agree with. I was woefully unprepared. And that's something that I really want to apologize for, because I couldn't get the words out and I froze. And that's okay, because I am human, just like all of you. There are many things that should have been done differently, many, and I'm really looking forward to the conversations that we're going to have to talk about that, including having a discussion with you, Christine, beforehand. People were very quick to shame me and accuse me of collusion. However, if you were in the room that night, then you would have seen and felt the guttural, emotional, and physical response I had after I realized how uncomfortable I was with my decision to accept the appointment. With absence of clear policy, I was acting on my assumption from the last year, and every bone in my body told me that I had made a decision that was not aligned with my values. So I retreated. And I chose to refrain from responding to the comments and the emails that were being thrown my way. I needed to rest and reflect. I did speak with Christine before leaving to be with my family. I'm going to repeat this. I would never do anything with the intention to humiliate my colleague. I love and respect my colleagues. I'm very thankful for the few people that chose to approach me with concern and curiosity and kindness. You know who you are. Mary, this didn't seem like you. Are you okay? How can we help? I don't care about crocodile tears. I really don't. I am by no means discounting my qualifications. On the contrary, I do bring experience, years of experience, resources, and relationships to the table. I'm honored that a council of my peers all voted for me to fill the seat. And I'm honored to serve my community in any way that is laid out before me. I am also very open to what is going to happen next. I don't need a title to do the work. I just don't. And So whatever comes from the conversation that we're gonna have next, I'm gonna do the work. And I'm gonna do the work to the best of my ability, and I'm going to continue to serve my community in any way that is laid out before me. It's very clear that we need an in-depth policy so that the process of appointing people while working within districts is very clear, because that is something that we don't have now. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I look forward to the conversation that follows with my colleagues.
Thank you very much for that. I would like to make an apology to Christine and to everyone who's watching. It was not my intent to hurt you, humiliate you, or in any way cause you pain. That was not the intent of the night. That wasn't, and I too wasn't really prepared for the possibility that what would happen happened, which is my downfall. So we have a lot of ground to cover, I think. We started a little bit after the meeting, before the holidays. And, you know, we addressed some of the issues that exist between us, and the origins of those. And I look forward to the opportunity to keep doing that. I think that's really the only way we'll be able to eventually maybe get to a clear place. But I'm committed to working with you as I have been all along, if you will meet me halfway. And I'm sorry, I did not mean to hurt you. It was not a goal. It was not a premeditated intention, despite what was stated multiple times this evening. I'm sure to others it looked that way, but that was not the case. And I'm sorry. Okay, so what we have before us, City Manager, is the opportunity to look at our processes and procedures. Included in the staff report, in case you didn't see the whole packet, was the listing of the council rules and code of ethics, revised January 2023. I would like, if in your presentation, City Manager, if you could address, you know, the issues of procedures were not followed in terms of rotation. I don't know if you're prepared to get into that. We can discuss it, of course, amongst ourselves. But I just want to clarify if we have a clear rotation policy in our code of ethics. And so if you can just give us your staff report, I'll stop talking.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and council members. Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I just have a brief verbal summary of what's in the staff report, so we all hear it and the public hears it as the council enters your deliberations tonight. So, as mentioned, the City Council rules and code of ethics does not include any special considerations or guidelines for the selection of mayor or mayor pro tem, but does include other provisions about deliberations and voting and specific guidance on certain specified motions. So again, this discussion tonight is about process. The process that council follows is in the council rules and code of ethics, and there's nothing specified related to mayor and mayor pro tem selection. So in terms of practice, the only consistent practice is that the city council votes on mayor and mayor pro tem annually from the dais following a nomination and a second and discussion. And as Mayor Pro Tem Beer mentioned, prior to establishing district-based elections, there were various data points that may have loosely guided the council's nominations previously. and such as the number of votes received in an at-large election or seniority of years on council. With districts, that data point or metric doesn't clearly apply anymore. And the scanning the report here. So some cities have chosen to adopt specific policies or to write into their council rules specific procedures related to mayor pro tem and mayor selection. And as part of this conversation, and Councilmember Bowles, you can clarify if this isn't exactly accurate, but Councilmember Bowles also requested, kind of broadly discuss Section 7 and Section 8 about deliberations and voting and motions in the council rules, as they also may relate to nominations or selections of committee and commission members, because those procedures do apply there. What I would also say, and Mayor Pro Tem Beer mentioned this, based on the data that staff had in sort of assembling this quick staff report, in looking at the history of selections of Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor, there have been 6 instances in Pacifica's history where someone served a 4-year term and wasn't mayor during those 4 years during their term. And then Mayor Pro Tem Beer also mentioned there are some instances where council members served multiple terms or 2 terms. We didn't used to have term limits, but anyways, multiple terms, and wasn't mayor during one of those 2 terms or before term limits during their multiple terms. So just reiterating that the only consistent practice to date, and this is what council's discussing tonight, whether to change this, has just been making the decision from the dais, and various data points have been loosely applied historically. That sort of summarizes the issue. Happy to answer any questions as we may have them, but really this is an item, what I'm seeking from the council is, this is, again, the agendized under the short initial conversation to get direction about what path we're going to take. So I have a sense of how much work is it going to be, how, just hypothetically, if the council's interested in revising the council rules a lot, that's a lot of work, or is there a simple addition that we can make that's less work, and just direction about what the next step is, and then I can plan on how and when we can bring that back to the council. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I did ask for this to be put on the agenda, and I also have a statement prepared, if that's okay, and a couple of questions for the city attorney. And I had to write this out because this has been really hard for me. I mean, obviously, December 9th was hard for me, and I did feel personally attacked. And I appreciate your apology. Even tonight has been hard for me. I didn't expect to have all these comments during the public comment period. But I appreciate you all coming out. I appreciate you all seeing what happened, seeing that it was wrong, and holding us accountable to that, all of us accountable to that. Anyway, I appreciate all the people that have reached out to me right afterwards. What has been beautiful to me is that the people who have contacted me are not just my friends and supporters, but people from all over town, people I don't know, people that are Sue's supporters, people that are previous mayors that supported my opponent when I was running, that the outpouring of support and the outpouring of like knowing that something happened was wrong, I see as being universal in town. And I asked for this to be put on the agenda so that we could deal with it first thing this year. Because what kept going through my mind as Sue was giving her speech that night is like, what does this mean for the year ahead if this is how we're going to work together, where we don't, aren't able to listen to each other and each have a voice. And I don't think that's what any of us want. And so I think it's important to hit the nail head on and address this, so that we then can get on to the work that we need to do. And it's obvious the public needed an outlet too. I saw that. And if it wasn't on the agenda, we couldn't respond, right? So it was important for this to be on the agenda today, to give you your voice today. And again, hopefully you don't need to come back at the next meeting because we're going to do better. So I'm going to try to read because I'm nervous and upset still, and I'm not thinking clearly. But I also asked the city manager to keep the subject broad for today, as there are important related items to discuss, such as the public comment process and the timing of public comment during the reorg, our council handbook rules and code of ethics. And as Kevin mentioned, these relate to other committee appointments because, even just last year, a similar process of a motion, a quick second, and a call for a vote occurred for planning commission appointments. And at that time, I really felt like my voice was not heard either. So I've spoken to a lot of people since December 9th, community members, but also council members in other cities, a former school board member, even city clerks in other cities to try to understand which cities do the council leadership transitions well with transparent, fair, and collaborative processes. We know firsthand in our county examples of cities who haven't done it well, and I'll call out Daly City. And as that has caused ongoing tension on the council for years that impacts their ability to work together. Councilmember Wright and I, thank you, partnered on this item because we share the goal of finding a more collaborative process that allows for all of our voices and opinions. We found that some cities do have clear policies, and a few are included in the staff report. According to former Mayor James Coleman, South San Francisco recently rewrote their policy after establishing district elections to ensure fair representation of all the districts. It was a matter of equity, especially for traditionally marginalized communities of color and renters who tend not to be as active voters. Their past tradition of allowing the person with the most votes to be mayor was no longer fair. And in our community, that's true in the northern part of town, where Myra and I represent more people of color and more renters who, for whatever reason, aren't voting, but their voices are just as important and their representation is just as important. Other cities like Hillsborough and Half Moon Bay don't have written policies, but their council handbook and meeting rules allow different processes by way of referencing Robert's Rules of Order or Rosenberg's rules. For example, in Hillsborough, alternate motions are allowed and were actually made as part of the vice mayor selection this year. And in Half Moon Bay, the city clerk carefully explains the rules, takes public comment on the item, and then allows up to 3 nominations before voting takes place. So my first question for the city attorney is, and reading the council handbook, I don't see any reference to Robert's Rules or Rosenberg's rules. Can you explain why that is? Why other cities think it's important? Was it in our council handbook before and it was taken out?
I'm not aware of, what the protocols were prior to, my tenure, frankly. And they may have been incorporated. Some cities do incorporate Robert's Rules of Order or Rosenberg's rules. We have not in this code of ethics. So what that means is our rules are governed solely by what is in our code of ethics. I will say, in comparing generally our code of ethics to, let's say, Rosenberg's Rules of Order or Robert's Rules of Order, we are more akin to Robert's Rules of Order, although what a lot of cities do is, because you cannot contemplate all the potential parliamentary issues that could come up in voting, so a lot of cities do incorporate by reference Robert's Rules of Orders. We could do that so that, in cases where it's not listed in our code of conduct, we would have something to refer to. In our case, we don't. So if there is an issue that comes up that is not addressed, then it would fall back to the mayor, presumably, to just follow whatever procedural process the mayor had determined was appropriate in that instance. And then if a council member was, disagreed with that process, there's always the ability to make a motion to appeal that procedural determination by the mayor to the majority of the council. And then the majority of the council would rule on the correct process. And that is, what essentially our rules allow. So that's, probably the best answer I can give you on, the fact that we don't have Robert's Rules of Order or Rosenberg's rules incorporated into our code of ethics, and the implications of that are that we must rely on what is solely contained in our code of ethics, or what may be determined by the mayor if it's not covered, and then potentially appealed to the full council for consideration by the full council.
Okay. So that may be one thing that we want to consider and talk about further.
Yes.
So just related to that, so in my conversations with other elected leaders, I also learned that some city councils regularly review their handbooks, either yearly or when new council members are elected, so that everyone understands the ground rules and the meetings run more efficiently. We've not done this here in Pacifica, at least for a while, and I asked Mary, and it was not done when she came on council either. So reading the handbook, I realized that I still don't understand some of the rules, and we sat down and met with you to go over some of that. And certainly, Myra didn't know the rules on her first meeting, and when she asked to make a different motion for the mayor pro tem nomination. And then, so the question was asked of you, City Attorney Kenyon, and I don't know if other people know, but so the city attorney also acts as our parliamentarian, right, to make sure that we're following the rules that we have agreed to properly. And so, and I got this from the minutes. So when Myra wanted to make an alternate motion, you told her she cannot make the nomination now because council has to vote on this motion and see the result of that vote. So the only option given to Myra was that she could vote no on the motion. And then, so later, Greg and I read the handbook together with Michelle, and on page 274, item H defines a motion to amend or substitute. And so it says, a motion to amend a motion or to substitute one motion for another requires a second, is amenable, and is debatable only if the motion to which it applies is debatable. Okay, that's all very confusing to me, but it does seem to say that a motion can be substituted if it has a second. So I know we talked about this and you were going to give it more thought. So
yes, and thank you for that question, so I can clear it up for you and for the council and the community as well. So what occurred on December 9th was, yes, Councilmember Espinoza clearly made clear that she wanted to do a different motion. At that moment, a motion to amend would not be available because that could not be a motion that was totally unrelated or independent. And to change the name of the nominee, in my view, would be a totally separate, independent question. What would have been available was a motion to substitute another motion for that motion. And I will say, when we're dealing with parliamentary procedures, as you know, it happens in an instant. So at the time, the city clerk had already begun the vote. That is what happened. And so once the city clerk generally has begun the vote, your ability to amend or substitute no longer exists, technically. Now, to your point about other policies, that what some cities do is they provide specific policies and procedures for mayor and mayor pro tem selections only. Because our motion procedure, which is also different because our motions generally do not involve nominations or appointments. So those tend to be different procedural processes for the reasons that have been stated, earlier tonight. Because nominations are generally can be treated differently. And in fact, in Robert's Rules of Order and I believe Rosenberg's, they are treated differently. But since we have not incorporated those, we couldn't turn to those rules, but we could insert them into our own rules, refer to them, and that's what a lot of cities have done. But on December 9th, my opinion that night, and I did rewatch the tape, and I believe that, my legal opinion at that time was correct because the voting had already occurred because the city clerk had started the vote. But with regard to policies, they are complicated. And you're saying the city attorney is the parliamentarian. Yes, but I can tell you, am I perfect? No, because I don't have the opportunity to, use all of these parliamentary procedures. It doesn't come up.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that because of the issues that tend to come up with selection of mayor and mayor pro tem especially, sometimes with, other committee appointments, but predominantly with mayor and mayor pro tem appointments, that is why councils have developed specific policy and procedures for their community and for their particular council. Because as I think as, I discussed with Councilmember Bowles and Councilmember Wright as well, these code of ethics, these council protocols for every council, they are unique to that council and that community. And they are changed fairly regularly, simply because it all depends on the makeup of the council and their community at the time that they're reviewing the code of ethics. Sometimes there is an annual review, sometimes it's biannual, but there is a review simply because, and a lot of times this is when it happens. It happens after a mayor and mayor pro tem selection because the council realized that perhaps there are better processes that we could endeavor to create to make sure that these kinds of issues do not rise again.
Yeah.
And so, having this discussion is not unusual, and it is something that a lot of councils do, but I will say, remember that it applies for as long as this council wants it to apply, and whenever you want to change it, you don't have to wait till an annual review. You could do it mid-year, you could do it whenever you want, and that's why they're called the Council's Code of Ethics. They are your policies, they're your protocols, and they should be used to help you avoid, situations where you have processes that create, problematic discussions, as we had on the 9th.
Point of order. It's 5 minutes to 11, and actually 4 minutes to 11. And our council rules state that our meetings end at 11 unless there's a motion made and seconded and agreed to by a majority of the council to extend the meeting time. So,
I move we extend to 12.
I'll second.
please vote.
Motion to extend to midnight, made by Councilmember Wright and seconded by Councilmember Bowles, passes unanimously.
Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate what you said. Just one other thing about calling for the vote. So I know sometimes we'll make a motion in a second, but then we can have deliberation before a vote, and usually that's the mayor that, we either interject or the mayor asks us if we wanted to discuss anything before the vote. So that didn't really happen that night, and it was actually Sarah who called for the vote. I don't think the mayor did. So is that normal? Is that a little different during that process?
My recollection is that there was deliberation after the motion and the second.
No, not until Myra spoke up. So the vote was called for, Greg voted, and then Myra spoke up. And then we started deliberation.
Well, there usually is deliberation before the vote is taken. I will say that sometimes there isn't deliberation, though.
Right.
Right? I mean, and sometimes there are.
There wasn't right now for the extended meeting.
Right. And
Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
and that's the issue that is presented when you have nominations and you have, mayor and mayor pro tem selection, because that is why some councils have mandated in their protocols that there be a specific, a nomination and then a period to discuss the nomination and then the vote, right? I mean, they are specifically laid out in that fashion because in general, sometimes there may be deliberation, but sometimes there may not be. And so that is why there's also the procedure in most protocols and certainly in ours, and they're called different, some are called point of order, some are called, appeal to, the full council. So that it really is a tool that the whole council has to monitor the parliamentary procedures.
Right.
And it's actually a good exercise. It was a good exercise for me to go through and really read these parliamentary procedures, because I actually learned some things myself. Yeah. Parliamentary procedures are exactly what they say. They're very process-oriented, they're very procedural, and they're very detailed. And it is something that the council can use to help assist with the decision, but understand that even with these rules in place, at the end of the day, no matter what decision the mayor makes in terms of a parliamentary procedure, it can all be undone or revisited if there is a request by a council member to appeal that decision in our protocols so that the full council can determine it. So yes, while the presiding officer, the mayor as the presiding officer, does have the authority in the first instance to determine what that parliamentary procedure should be, the rest of the council still has the ability to overrule that decision, whatever it may be. And that is usually how the deliberation can go on, can exist. Because, as I was saying, nobody's perfect. And so people make mistakes.
Yeah.
And especially with parliamentary procedures. They're detailed and, even Robert's Rules of Order. It's a book. It's not a, 7-page document like we have, right? It is very, and, Rosenberg's is the same. So parliamentary procedures are very procedural, detailed protocols that cities can follow, they don't have to follow. And usually what they do is they create their own process through the protocols that they develop and adopt.
Okay, thank you. I think that's something we can talk about on the other side of public comment. So just, I'm almost ready to go to public comment. I just want to make a comment to the public that, and as Michelle alluded to, I mean, being on council is a difficult job. We're all human. We make mistakes. I make mistakes. The question really is what we do afterwards when a mistake is made. And my hope in all this is that we're bringing the community closer. We're rebuilding that trust. We're rebuilding that trust and respect for each other and for a better collaborative process as we move forward. And so just as we move to public comment, I really want to ask you to bring your ideas and help us see what would be helpful and what might be better processes, because we're here to do your bidding too. And I didn't get to say this before, but I would hope that we don't attack each other. Anyway, that's what I have to say. You have anything else to say since we buddied on this before we take public comment?
I think it would be good to let the public have a chance to weigh in. I think it was super important for you to have a chance to speak. I think it was super important for you to have a chance to speak, for Sue to have a chance to speak and make her apology, for Mary to have a chance to speak. At some point, I full well expect to hear from my fellow new council member.
Oh, you will.
I have an opinion too.
But the public has been waiting an awfully long time to have a chance to speak, and I think it behooves us to give them that opportunity.
All right.
All right, then. It sounds as though the will of the council is, and probably the public, is to move to public comment. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards. The first 3 people are Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick, Victor Carmichael, and Lois Marshall Ward.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I am Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick of Pacifica. Generally, during general comment, I would have liked to have wished you all a Happy New Year. I didn't feel it, I couldn't think of a skillful way to interject what I wanted to say one way or the other. So I'm going to start by saying, may this year in full be a new beginning that can establish a foundation of skillful conduct between yourselves and thereby the community accordingly. I noticed that of the examples of various cities in the packet, Palo Alto was one of them. I happen to have been invited to Palo Alto's reorganization by the now vice mayor of Palo Alto, and this being a friend of mine, I was grateful to be in attendance at Palo Alto's reorganization this year. What I noticed, and this happened last Monday, what I noticed was that counterpoint to what we all experienced on December 9th, they had a process that was explained up front. These are the nominating procedures. First, somebody nominates, they give the reason why they nominate. The next the person who's being nominated either accepts it or doesn't accept it. Somebody has the right to nominate themselves. And if anyone else wants to make a nomination after the first nomination, then that person can be nominated, and so on, until finally a motion is made predicated on the nominations made. I sent the video to y'all earlier today. I'll try not to make a habit of doing it day of, because I know darn well how annoying that is. But a review of that before the next meeting might illustrate a very simple, eloquent solution, which is simply a nominating procedure that's put in place whereby it is known that a nomination is going to occur, if not multiple nominations, and thereby that gives whomever is counsel the opportunity to think thoroughly what comments they may wish to make by the time they get there. And given the experience we all recently had, that struck me as a very good idea as I witnessed it successfully being implemented. So that's the experience I had. I think that in the staff report, it doesn't really lay out Palo Alto's nominating procedure, so I would urge a review of it to see if anyone else thinks it's a good idea, but I was impressed by how smoothly it went and how transparent the process was. And with that, as much as I'd like to stay, somebody's going to be really annoyed with me if I don't go home now. So may you all have a productive evening.
Thank you. Victor Carmichael?
Hi, my name is Victor Carmichael, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I certainly support a revision of the process. Obviously, the looseness and more or less setup that has been in place, traditional was the word I was looking for, has been gamed to the expense of Christine Bowles. I want to say I've lived in Pacifica since 1993, and what is now District 1. District 1 has the weakest political participation in any of the 5 districts in Pacifica. A majority of them simply do not vote. District 1 also has a majority non-white population with a high percentage of renters. Also, a quarter of them live below the poverty line. We are in the process of encouraging the population of District 1 to become politically engaged. To that goal, Myra Espinoza stepped forward and ran for the city council. From what I understand, our newly elected District 1 city council member received a somewhat short-circuited opportunity for interaction in the first council meeting on the notorious December 9th meeting. But along with that, and more importantly, was the high-handed, unfair, and unacceptable manner in which the next pro tem mayor was selected. The process decisively avoided the seemingly well-established routine rotation process, thus effectively preventing Councilmember Christine Bowles from occupying the mayor pro tem position. We are still a democracy, at least here in Pacifica. Democracies, as I understand it, allow opposing positions to be considered. This maneuver was ugly, autocratic, and unbecoming of those who engineered it. I support a revised process, as discussed. We can do better than this, but also the mayor pro tem selection process needs to be rerun, and rerun fairly. Thank you.
Lois Marshall Ward, then Dinah Verby, then Sue Vaterlas.
Hi, I'm Lois Marshall Ward. Thank you for having me here today. I'm here to talk about in support of Christine Bowles, but there's most of the things that I've agreed with most of the things that have been said, but I just wanted to reiterate that the process was flawed and unfair. I think the bottom line is that there was really no discussion, and it became even clearer during some of the discussions that came up that even the council wasn't really sure how to discuss it after it happened so quickly. So that really needs to be addressed. Basically, the action denied Councilwoman Christine Bowles a chance to serve, and it's just very different than the long-standing protocols that we're all used to. Most importantly, residents in District 2, Bowles District, are being denied the opportunity to have the representation lead the council. So I would urge the council to develop a fair process and redo the meeting to nominate the pro tem. Thank you very much.
Hello again, Dinah Verby. I just wanted to say that my recollection, and I watched the meeting twice, is that the voting had not started when Councilwoman Espinoza said she wanted to nominate Christine Bowles, and there was a point was made that there should be a discussion before the vote was taken. And I appreciate the city attorney's acknowledging that a mistake might have been made, and that's understandable, but that's all the more reason why the vote should be reconsidered and redone once you get your process straightened out. And I also want to say, I don't want to address anybody personally, but I understand and appreciate Councilwoman Beer's statement. I just wanted to say that I did try to reach out to Councilmember Beer with a question about what had happened, because I do believe that you meant no harm. I didn't get a response. And a month plus of silence leads to a lot of speculation and perhaps incorrect conclusions. But on the issue of the process going forward, obviously, you do need to do this, and you need to do it soon. And I think it's important enough that you should give it priority. I don't feel that in the short term a lot of staff time or expense is needed to make some very rudimentary changes. To expedite matters, here are my suggestions for a few simple changes that I think could be done immediately. And one is adopt a procedure similar to Half Moon Bay's, which at a minimum allows multiple nominations for mayor and mayor pro tem to be made and discussed before the motion and second and vote are taken. Whether there should be other eligibility criteria such as seniority or district representation, I think could be debated farther down the road. I have mixed feelings about those. Secondly, the agenda should include a separate public comment period immediately before the council opens the floor for nominations. It should not be combined with the outgoing council members' public comments, which is what happened last time. The public comments should be delivered to and heard by the council members who are actually going to be deliberating and voting on that, not by the outgoing council members who won't be voting on it. And I think the sooner you adopt these very simple measures, the better it will be for all concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Vaterlos, Dave Goodwin, Joanne Gold.
Process. So I've been called a liar all week because I stated that in the past, we based it on votes. When Deirdre and I were up, we came on at the same time. I beat her by 3,000 votes. I came first. Even though it was a divided council, 3-2, I was on the 2. But that's how we did it, because it was based on votes. The next time I came up to be mayor, Tiger and I were opposing. Tiger got more votes. That was a district election. And yes, our district doesn't vote. So I got way less votes than Tiger did. Not saying I would have gotten more, but the district elections changes things. I hate the districts. I hate it because we all represent the city of Pacifica, all of us, and we all represent all the districts here. Also, I am really upset with people who keep saying that there was coercion involved. How can you accuse people of coercion? You have no idea. We, as council members, are very strict about who we talk to and who we don't talk to. We don't want violations. There's no coercion here, none. And that is really an annoyance to me too. So, thank you.
Hello again, Dave Goodwin. First thing, I guess, we'll talk about the process. Christine, I believe you were here last year, not just last year, but the year before, when this went down with this process, and there was actually some talk that you might not be mayor. And so I'm just kind of surprised that all of a sudden it's new to you or that you just found out.
If I could, please.
Sure.
We don't, thank you.
Okay, I'm
Mayor Pro
sorry.
Tem. City Clerk Coffey, please stop the clock.
Okay.
And
Clock has been stopped.
when you have public comment, you're not making comments directly to a specific council member.
Okay.
I didn't give that, I didn't go over those rules. I should have. I apologize.
Okay.
It was not intentional. It was an oversight. So if you can please address your comments to the council as a whole.
Sure.
Thank
I will
you.
rephrase that. There was council members
And-
on before.
One more second.
Sure.
You want to start the clock again? Is that what you said? Yeah.
It's okay. It's going to be quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, since we had a flood process.
So this was known before. And so I'm just kind of surprised that it's all of a sudden that it's come up. We had a year to deal with it. We probably should have dealt with it then. We didn't. Let's deal with it now. I think that, we talked about the district elections, and that actually supposedly made everything fair. So this whole idea that some people vote, more people don't vote, that's what the district election was. It was forced down our throat, yes, but that was supposed to help with that. So bringing up that fact is, it doesn't make sense. It's just fodder. That's what the district elections are for. That's why the districts are set up that way. So that just really, I'm just really upset with this, the way this goes. Obviously, the process is wrong. It needs to be fixed, but let's just fix the process. We need to all come together to fix the process. If everybody's fighting out in the schoolyard, nobody's at the table talking. We need to stop this thing about bullying people and everything else behind closed doors and, when everybody thinks that everybody's all their friends. We just need to stop this. We're all trying to work together to make Pacifica better. And that's pretty all I can say.
Thank you. I believe Joanne Gold isn't here anymore. No. Nancy Tierney? Not in the house. Nancy Murphy? Cliff Lawrence? And Kata Gomes? And Peter Lowe? Oh, so I'm going to put you in a different order. Is that okay, Nancy? Yep. Cliff, go ahead.
Okay. Just briefly, I would encourage you to include a reference either to Robert's Rules of Order or some other, just as, to fill in the unknown, as we know that that's a more exhaustive list than we're probably going to take the time to write. And I hope you do give some consideration for whether or not there's a place for public comment somewheres in this process of your selection. And I appreciate that, and thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Murphy.
Good evening, council and city staff. First, I want to thank you for all that you do for our community. You don't hear it nearly enough. We are all very quick to judge, yet only a very few of us have had to deal with what you do. So thank you. Mary Beer has been my friend for over 50 years. To see people bash her on social media and in the public has been extremely hard, to the point that I have mostly stopped looking and definitely not reading the comments. Things were said at the last meeting that, while possibly well-intended, stung. And as I watched the meeting, I felt the pain. Given all of that, I was upset at the follow-up. There was an opportunity to calm the fire that was ignited, but it was only spurred on. Again, I stopped reading, so if an attempt to quell it was made, I apologize. When I saw people referring to members of our council as mean girls, all I could think of was that they needed to look at themselves. Unfortunately, the gang mentality and anonymous nature of commenting online does nothing but create more division. That's not helping. It's just ugly. I feel that Mary was unfairly dragged through the proverbial mud on this and deserves an apology. I see that there is definitely room for improvement with our current system. Our city has a 2-term limit, while other local cities have 3 or no term limits. These term limits were put in place before our 4th district system came into existence. Our system is obviously in need of clearer guidelines, be it longer terms like 5 years instead of 4, or an increase in term limits to provide more opportunities given the amount of districts we now have. I'm sure that there could be a fair and satisfactory solution to this issue with thoughtful discussion for the future. Again, thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Kata Gomes, Peter Loeb.
Kata Gomes again. Thank you, council members, for clarification of what had happened. All I had to go by was what I witnessed on television. So thank you for televising it. And you know, what I really enjoy about the work that I'm doing is that I'm always learning new things. And that's what makes it exciting. And you know, we tend to learn a lot more from our mistakes. And obviously, there were several mistakes that were made. A lack of communication is always more helpful in processing. And being that we had 2 new council members, welcome. And, you know, it's a learning process for all of us. And so I'm really hopeful moving forward that we'll take the lessons learned, make improvements, move forward, and be able to work together. I really look forward to hearing more from you. Myra, thank you.
You will. You will.
I'm really happy that you're on the board and representing people of color and people who haven't traditionally been given a voice. And so more voices, more communication, and let's move forward. Thank you all for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Loeb.
Thank you, Peter Loeb. I was on this council from 82 to 92 terms. In all those 8 years, I got to serve twice as mayor because we all took turns. And I never heard ever that it was based on number of votes, although that may have been something that was true when Sue Vaterlaus was on council. That was something that was then invented. The problem is there is no process. I support the Half Moon Bay model, which allows for up to 3 nominations for each position. I agree with everything that Dinah Verby said. I watched that tape over and over again. I did not see that when Councilmember Espinoza spoke that the voting had started, but I think that that's something I need to look at the tape again because that's not how I saw it. I also agree with Sue Vaterlaus that I don't like district elections, but we got them, and so we have to live with them. I think that redoing the vote, the selection of mayor pro tem needs to be redone, and you need to find a way to do that because there is something that needs to be corrected here. That as long as it's never corrected, Cliff Lawrence said it. It's a stain on the whole thing, and it just gets worse if you don't fix it. But I submitted an email public comment summarizing the Half Moon Bay approach, and all that I like about it is it requires public comment before the the nomination process, and then it allows up to 3 nominations before there's a vote on any of the nominations. I think that would solve a lot of problems. It should be very easy to write up and describe in a handbook, in the council rules. This is not an impossible, difficult problem to solve. Let's do a simple solution and fix it. Thank you.
Assistant City Clerk, are there any virtual commenters on the line?
There are 3 raised hands. The first is for Aaron Macias. There are 4 raised hands. The first is still Aaron Macias.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Council. I know it's late, so I will be brief. The conversation about Robert's Rules is actually a very important one. The San Mateo County Office of Elections actually has free training on parliamentary procedure, which is based on Robert's Rules of Order for candidates for your offices. So it is considered the established and accepted method for assemblies to conduct their business. I actually have a copy of that book, and I refer to it in my capacity in the nonprofit sector. I am not entirely convinced the vote was conducted in accordance with any established procedures and protocol, and I do agree that the vote should be redone. Robert's Rules of Order is based in respect, decorum, and intellectual debate. There are more people who are familiar with Robert's Rules than any internal procedures that you may author. So on a related note, the county is about to witness a change in process by the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors, who is going to be addressing the internal problems with their elected sheriff, who was elected to shake up things in that office. So their discussions to address these problems are not to recall her, but instead to modify and shift the power away from the voters and onto the Board of Supervisors. So as you discuss process, I urge you to really take your time and seriously consider adopting more commonly accepted practices under Robert's Rules and affirm the long-standing rotation system. Because a voting system like Half Moon Bay, to me, it seems like it provides an opportunity to silence a minority vote, which we don't want to do. You know, what if you were denied your voice? Are you willing to give up your right to vote? These considerations should be at the forefront of the procedural revisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Irene Lee.
Please go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, it is getting late, and thank you for staying late. I just want to say that I want to see a fair process. Basically, if you can use the Robert Rules of Order, but the most important thing is that every council member should have a chance to be the mayor pro tem and to be the mayor, regardless if they get the votes or not. And that way, all the districts get their fair representation. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next raised hand is for Lou Salacion.
Please go ahead.
Lou Salacion.
Oh, sorry,
And
Cian.
that's okay. I just want to thank Mayor Buckmeister for her apology and for trying to reestablish trust. And also, I just want to let everyone know that I really appreciate your service to our community. I know you put in a lot of hard work to get elected, to write out your statements, and I feel that the people voted for you in your positions. And I think that this demonstrates how the city council members must be respected, because not only are they, respectful citizens, but also that they represent the voters. So it's not an individual on the council, but they are sort of the representative of the public. And I am in favor of having that longstanding rotation to continue, because I really don't want to see the council have to get supporters or lobby each other to get the vote. It's, as Mary Beer had said, that regardless of the title, she's going to do the hard work. And I believe that's true of all of you. You have stepped up more so than anybody else in our community by running for office and working hard to get elected and keeping promises to your constituents. So a lot of respect should be going to you, and I'm very thankful for each of you for being the citizens that you are. And thanks for allowing me the time to speak.
Thank you very much.
The last raised hand is for Summer Lee.
Please go ahead.
Hi, Council. Thank you always for these late nights and all your hard work. I want to first say it's really heartening to see Councilmember Bowles, even as the target of what happened, raising what happened December 9th, that she's taking leadership trying to move towards a fix, and this shows her grace. But I think the community's being let down. I think the response has not met what the community feeling was earlier tonight. And many, many communities, even also on social media, mentioned collusion because there was a rush in that process that night and it seemed unnecessary. So it wasn't the process, there was an unnecessary rush that blocked out public comment, blocked out deliberation. So many in the community saw with our own eyes that it felt like it was to game the process against Councilmember Bowles, because even before she was on council, certain folks, I might call them insiders, were criticizing her. So now we hear from a select few that there's this revisionist narrative that the bullies are also being bullied, and I agree it's time to move on. I just want to say, though, that these mistakes that are being made, it doesn't feel like a coincidence, because passing over a competent council member who's been cast as an outside time and time and again is someone who's trying to improve the city and prizing community and competence over this fraternization. So without a do-over, all these words about having good intentions and feeling it was a bad situation, they don't mean anything unless there's a fix tonight. And I think the community would be healed if something was fixed and redone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, are there any more hands?
No.
All right, I'm going to bring it back. We have one more card. Betty Duran.
Good evening once again. I hope I do a little better than the first time out. I wasn't going to speak on this topic, but I feel compelled to. One of the things that I did before I came this evening is I printed out 2 copies, one from the State Bar of California and one from, I'm not sure where I got it. Somebody from one of the other cities sent it to me. And what these are, and you can see this is not a book. This is Rosenberg's Rules of Order. This is from the State Bar. These are about 14 pages. The reason I mention that is these are not as detailed as Robert's Rules of Orders. And the reason that I printed one of these out is because I believe we're part of the League of California Cities, and that many of them use Rosenberg's Rules of Order. I watched many city council meetings prior to today. I watched South San Francisco, very nice. Daly City, a disaster. Half Moon Bay, I can't believe that city has 11,000 people and can run a meeting like they do so effectively and so efficiently. Let me see what I wanted to make a comment also about the procedure. The TV, the video. I watched it. I don't think I watched it 800 times, but any of you that follow closed circuit television will, with respect to Pacifica, will know that 800 views is like 8 million views, and it's the second part of the meeting that's being watched. So there is concern from this community. Now, Summer Lee, I think she was just before me, made an excellent comment. When you make a mistake, you don't move on, folks. You fix it. You're looking to do something for the future, but you need to fix the mistake, which has been acknowledged by many by staff, excuse me, I don't mean to point, by the attorney, by members of the dais. You need to fix it. There is a mistake. Don't pretend there wasn't one. You're asking us, the public who has been here all evening, and you've heard from it. I think you get my point. The public is here and wants something done about the mistake. I know you can't speak directly to me, but can you do something about this mistake? Again, think about this. Rosenberg's Rules of Order. Please take the time to watch Half Moon Bay's installation of their officers. It is a model for every city. And I can't believe 11,000 people in that community, and they can get it right. Certainly we can do better with 30 to 40,000 people here. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other commenters or any more cards. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to council. For discussion and deliberation. Would anyone like to speak?
I do.
Myra.
Yes.
Please. Councilmember Espinoza.
Thank you. I believe that we need to redo the point of order to something that everybody understands, not just randomly guessing. And for the rules to select the mayor pro tem, I suggest that we do the, I forgot that word, rotation. And if we have 2 or more council members selected, then we do, there is a percentage, no matter how district is. If 200 people vote on a district and we have 3 candidates, there is a percentage. So we go by percentages to select the next person that's going to be a mayor pro tem. We go by the percentage, and then we move forward. If you have been a mayor before, you go on the back of the line. You have to wait until the new people become a mayor pro tem. And the election that we have now is like right now there's 2 people coming. But we have already people who has been mayor. By the time that Greg and I get to that point, it has been 2 years, meaning that we will have experience. And what we need to do is take away the guessing or having people guessing to do this because they want to do it. So that way we focus on doing what we're supposed to do, work for the city and do what we're supposed to do for our citizens. And we don't have to fight for who's going to go first, who's going to go left, after. So we just take that out of the way and we focus on what we're supposed to do.
I don't see any other lights. Greg, please, Councilmember Wright.
Sorry, next time I will.
No, it's fine. I'm just training myself.
I
I'm
would
being
like to start by saying that when I reached out to Christine, it was very brave of her to be willing to talk to me about this, especially with the proximity to the meeting that happened. I found her to be nothing but genuine, cooperative, trying to work through this problem. Together, we were doing our best to make lemonade. out of a process that was very obviously problematic, not just for us here, not just for Christine personally, but for our public as well. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had this kind of reaction. Our goal in our discussion seemed to be relatively clear, that we wanted to work towards clear, collegial, collaborative, congenial, candid consensus building, and not focus on the politics of division. I agree the process is broke. I think we probably all agree that the process that we use did not serve us, and that we need to come together and try to find a process that works better. There's district elections, I think, played into causing part of that rift. So this is our opportunity to adjust to the new system. I would love to discuss each segment of the potential different things that we can do differently and have that kind of discussion. I appreciate you coming out with a suggestion, not just a restatement of the problem. Thank you. So I look forward to further discussion.
I guess I should be moving things along. It's getting late. It's 11:45. We have 2 items left on our agenda that we're not going to get to tonight, as far as I can tell. So I want to figure out a little bit of a segue on how to address that. One of the items is our committee and commission appointments and our nominating and not nominating, but volunteering to take different regional board meetings, et cetera. Before I call on Councilmember Wright, I'd like to say that perhaps we could take a quick glance at the meetings that are coming up in the near term before our next opportunity to meet, and just assign someone to go to those meetings or something like that, so that Pacifica is represented. That's my concern. I want to make sure that we don't just, not show up because we didn't get to do the item today.
And Mayor Beckmeyer, if I may, item 12 is an item that doesn't have a time urgency on it, so that could be pushed to a future meeting. However, as you were just commenting, item 13 has more of a time urgency because regional meetings are starting and they're wanting to know who the liaisons are, for quorum reasons and everything else. So if it helps, we can push item 12, and the council can do a shortened version for 13 or try to bite off the whole thing.
And we need, of course, to complete the item we're on. So something, when I served with Deirdre Martin, something she was really good at that I never got very good at was summarizing what she heard from the public in a pretty concise way. And so it might be useful to do that and go through, but of course I have 2 lights, so I have Councilmember Wright and Councilmember Espinoza. Councilmember Wright.
I think something that is really important to me is that all voices be heard. I think I would love to see some part of the process that considers that. I would like to see multiple nominations so that we can have a collaboration. We could try to build consensus. We could talk about it so we could see where it is that we all fall out. I think having public comment is super, super important on these kind of things. And so those are some of the considerations. I think having a number of choices to look at for a more structured conversation about rule changes, I think would be appropriate. I don't think this is a short discussion, though. So I'll leave it at that for now.
Councilmember Espinoza.
Sure. I believe for the heck of it, for the sake of it, we rotation works for districts. And I believe that it's fair because all of us, not us, but I will say the members of the community wanted to have their leader to have the opportunity to learn. And also, if we're going to start voting, the voting process is going to be, I vote for you, you vote for me. It doesn't work that way. I don't feel like this is going to solve the problem. Actually, it's going to be as problematic as it is right now. So we just had to take this voting situation out of our hands. That way, we were collaborative. If we keep doing this, it's going to be the same problem. So let's just focus on doing what we're supposed to do here. We already went through running for city council, and we have the chance to do whatever we want to win. So now we're here, and our job is to serve the community. That's all we're here for. So voting for other people, trying to be nominated, we have to take that out of the way and just have a process that is simple and clear. Nobody had to second guess who's going to be the next mayor pro tem, and we don't have to worry about it. We know who's going to be. And that's all that I had to say on that subject, and I think we had to address it, and we had to make those changes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bowles.
Yeah, I want to talk about the districts too, beyond, the vote, the looking at the number of votes really not being adequate or fair anymore, the way the districts are. During that meeting on the 9th, yes, I was expecting to have a voice and to maybe have a chance at that role, thinking it was my turn too. Obviously, Mary also thought it was her turn, and that's where having roles, maybe as Myra was saying, so that we know what to expect, and there aren't these hurt feelings or expectations, right, that then start to come between us, might be a good way to resolve that. So I was thinking about myself during that time and thinking, obviously Mary wanted that position. She'd done a good job before. It wasn't as important to me to serve in that role. We're equal here on the council. I'm working my butt off, and it's killing me already, and I know it's more work. So I was happy to. I was okay letting Mary take that role. What surprised me going back are all the comments I got from people in my district who were really upset and felt passed over and felt that they were missing this opportunity to have that representation. It really surprised me. I think all the districts deserve it. And that's, the first conversation I had, actually, my neighbor, who's the Public Works Director of South San Francisco, is the one who sent me their policy, which is a strict rotation by council. This year it's this, and super simple. And I actually called him because I'm like, what if you have someone who's, somehow not fit to serve? I don't know. Are there some rules for fitness? Like if someone shows up drunk at meetings, right? Are they appropriate to be not, so maybe there's some times, but very few. It shouldn't be about whether you're ready. The public has said,
yes,
you've been elected. We trust you. We put you in this position. We're all equal up here, and that should not be a question. Maybe there are some questions. And so what he said to me is, yes, we have these strict rotations, and it's very clear, and there's no hurt feelings, but it still takes 3 votes. So there is a process if there is, an occasion when someone is not appropriate. So it's not set in stone. Other cities, there are some good examples in here. Los Altos, they have very complicated long rules. you know, and a certain minimum time on the council, you know, 11 months for Mayor Pro Tem, you know, 23 months for mayor, which maybe are fair. I mean, obviously, I think you need some experience. I wouldn't have wanted this in my first year, for sure, right? I mean, I learned so much from all of you and how the meetings are run and so forth. But what they do say in their rules too is that if someone hasn't had a turn, then they are first in line, right? So, so other cities do that as well. I mean, I watched Half Moon Bays. I think it went really well. And a lot of people have spoken in favor of that too. But I think you're right. That could still cause some division and posturing. And actually, there was posturing at Half Moon Bay's meeting.
There was.
And that's what I want to avoid, because it is very hard for me to take this, to be here. I'm leaving everything behind, and I don't want to come here. I cried that day at work, the next day, because I felt like, why do we do that kind of thing? When we could be working and paying attention to what we're supposed to do. To be here, for me, it is a lot of work for me, and I'm only one person, and if I had to come here to waste time on things that we don't supposed to, it's not fair for the public, it's not fair for us.
Right.
And we had to leave the ego at home and work. That's what we're here, to work and work with each other and be collaborative. Yeah. That's all. And the voting and all of that stuff, leave it away. We don't have to deal with that. So, and that's, and like you said, we can do rotation. If you have been a mayor, you're not going to be a mayor until everybody else is a mayor. And we're here to support you. If you don't know, then we help you, because it's not like, oh, you're not ready. Just let's help everybody. That's what I work at school, so we had to, even my job is to spread what I know, and why not? So anyways.
And I also want to say, I think it's really important to have a clear process that's transparent to the public. And we don't have that now, right? There's no written rules. So every council could do this differently, and the public doesn't know. And I mean, the public comment period was handled poorly at that meeting. I mean, we had just finished, you know, saying nice things about Sue Vaterloss and Tiger Big Stick. And then public comment was called, and Suzanne Moore started to come in and speak about Myra. And I was kind of taken aback, like, wait, I thought this was the time to talk about Sue and Tiger, right? And it felt wrong. And then I'm like, oh, wait, you know, that is the only public comment period. And then when I got off the dais, one of my constituents came up to me and was like, wait, we didn't get a chance to say what we felt about the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. I'm like, you're right. And I went right up to the city attorney, like, what happened? And so she explained that there was one public comment period for all three things, and none of that was explained. I mean, I should have read it and understood it, but I didn't. The public didn't, and so that made a lot of confusion too. So I mean, I think that's a simple thing that we can do, and to have a public comment period for each of these things, right?
But going back to that day, someone came from my district to see the inauguration, and he had to leave, and then I saw him, and he told me that was so unprofessional, the way they were like spending time with each other here. And we came to the last minute. We were called to the last minute. You just had to be professional. Take 5 minutes, tell your fellow members how you feel about it. You don't have to spend 3 hours telling them, oh, I love you more. This is so unprofessional. And that's what he told me. He works with high-end professional, political professional, and he thought that meeting was a disaster because it wasn't handled properly. The time was like at 9 o'clock after letting these people go. You can have another party, talk to people, but some people came to see the new people who were going to be on council, and you could leave it toward the end and do whatever you want with these people. I mean, it's not that you shouldn't do that, but just be professional and think of the time for other people. I was sitting there like all nervous because it was my first time. but I didn't expect it to sit there for 3 hours and then have them to call me to be sworn in. So that's one thing to consider, or maybe having somebody that, okay, everybody's here having a lot of fun, so maybe they should have somebody to run the meetings that night, so that we don't run overtime.
Yep, that's kind of the way it was done in Half Moon Bay, at least for the mayor pro tem vote, is the city clerk ran it. I have two lights. Did you have more to say?
No, I'm
No,
done.
okay. Mary, Councilmember Beer,
Well, I
and then
think we have-
Councilmember
it's-
Wright.
I'll do the time
Oh,
check.
5 minutes. Oh, is that why you put your light on?
No.
Oh.
I won't talk after that, but I do want to move to extend the meeting till 12:30.
Oh,
I'll second.
okay. Please vote.
Okay, here we go.
The motion to extend the meeting to 12:30 made by Mayor Pro Tem Beer and seconded by Mayor Beckmeyer passes unanimously.
Okay, Mary.
Yeah, thank you. So I agree with so many things that have been said, and I think that in order for us to move forward, there's two things I want to talk about.
Okay.
One is the redo. The other is how we move forward. And I think in order for us to move forward, we're going to need some kind of a study session so that we can really have staff dig into all the other things that the other cities are doing, so that I have time to look at all the other things that all the other cities are doing, and then we can make some decisions together with the public about the process. And so I was very clear in my statement, and I'm not going to go back on my words that I don't need the title to do the work. And I was waiting to hear what the majority of council was going to talk about. If we're going to talk about redoing the vote, which I am happy to go along with the majority of council. So if we want to have that discussion, I think that would be a good idea, just so we can get the feel for what everybody also thinks about that.
Councilmember Wright.
I agree with a lot of what I've heard tonight, not all of it, and I don't really think that this is a time for back and forth, but what I am concerned about is what is coming, because we're about to talk about nominations for other people, and I would like to see us all agree that everybody's going to have a chance to be heard, that everybody's going to have a chance to nominate whoever, and that we try to have a more collegial, collaborative, consensus-building process on these next things. So, and then I do think we need to do a deeper dive on all of this. I would also like to hear what Christine thinks we ought to do.
I mean, I thought all along, our staff is burdened. We have so much on their work plans already. And for me, I don't feel like this is staff's job. I think this is our job to figure out. One idea I had was to do an ad hoc committee like we had before, right? And then, a couple of us can work on this and bring things back to another meeting, and we can talk about it. There were some good examples given there, and there was a sheet list of, all the cities in the county and Santa Clara County, and, if somebody wants to do that. I don't want this to drag on, and I'd really like to kind of resolve it and move on, though, I mean, in some ways, we have a year, right, until it comes up again. It does, I did want to tie it into committee and commission appointments, because at least for that, I agree with Greg that we should all be able to make nominations and be able to talk about who's the best candidate before we make a motion in a second and then block someone else's voice, right? I want to see us working in a more collaborative way where we each have a voice in that. In terms of the redo, I don't want to ask for that. I don't think that's for me. Obviously, many community members have asked for that. Yeah.
It's not only up to me. right? So it's up to a majority of council.
Absolutely.
I have a question for the city attorney. Given your recent study and look at our council rules, it would be helpful to me to have an understanding of, because there were so many calls for redo the vote, fix it, you need to set this right, this has to be fixed. It was clearly flawed. And so as a practical matter, if the majority of the council wants to redo the vote, exactly how do we do that? Like, what do we make a motion to set aside the previous process?
No, if a majority of the council tonight would like to have an agenda item to revisit the selection of, Mayor Pro Tem, that direction can be given tonight, and then the city manager would then place that on the agenda. That is how that could happen tonight.
Okay, so.
The action couldn't be taken tonight.
Right, but the actual vote that was taken would be set aside or would be nullified or would be.
Well, it would just simply be to revisit the selection of Mayor Pro Tem. And the council would have the ability to either, retain the selection as is or nominate somebody else.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily require the current Mayor Pro Tem to resign in order to have that agenda item. I mean, there are times when councils have placed an item like that on, not this council, but other councils have placed an item like that on the agenda without the, agreement of the actual Mayor Pro Tem or the mayor. So, if you get a majority of the council that want to have that agenda item, the mayor and the Mayor Pro Tem serve at the pleasure of the majority of the council. And that position can be altered at any point. It's, annually is not the only time to change the selection of mayor and Mayor Pro Tem.
So what is the will of the council?
Well, quick
Is there
question as
interest-
to that point she just made. If that's true, and since we have 5 people and we serve 4-year terms, is it possible that the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem term could coincide so that everybody has an opportunity? So in 4 years, we have 5 chances.
Well, I mean, if you want to, theoretically, if you wanted to make a term less than a year, that is how you could make that happen. And yes, you can do that. All of these rules, all of these decisions regarding the term, the length of the term, and who should sit in that role is at the discretion of the council at the time that the vote is taken. Whatever the will of the majority council is, can be put into place with regard to selection of mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Now, keep in mind that if you are, creating a process that you anticipate to last for, 4 years, you certainly will have you may have a different council in 2 years when there's a new election, and you may have new council members who feel differently. So, what happens sometimes when council members make the decision to revise or put into place a process, you always should keep in mind that that process can be changed by any council at any time, at any place. So just understand that this is what the 5 of you would be agreeing to at this moment, but that it can be changed by a majority of the council at any time.
I think I need a lot more time to think about this.
Okay, so you're saying you're not prepared to request or direct staff to put this on the next agenda?
No,
Okay.
I'm not saying that, but I need at least that much time to talk to my buddy and figure out what. what we can collaboratively figure out what I feel comfortable with.
Okay,
Because
and
there's a lot of factors to weigh.
there was a discussion, Councilmember Bowles brought up the idea of having an ad hoc subcommittee to discuss and decide, make a recommendation back to the council. Is this what you were thinking?
Yeah, and actually, I want to interject something else too that Mary and I were talking about. And maybe this needs to actually happen first, is I think we need some governance training.
Oh, 100%. Thank you for bringing that up. And it wasn't really on this item per se, but it really,
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more.
I think we need to get together, have a study session with the city clerk and the city attorney, and go over our council handbook and rule of ethics, and we'll see what's missing and what's not there, and then that will also, and one, just so we understand more of the rules and we can run our meetings better, but then that will factor into, these decisions when we see what is maybe missing.
Yeah, and we should take a full day of goal setting and
Yes.
bring a facilitator in.
Yes.
And do some governance.
This is
training.
not the item on the agenda, however. I'm going to look at the city attorney and say, we're not here to talk about that per se right now, are we? Or is it within the scope of this item?
Well,
Go ahead.
Well, what I would just say is one of the concepts for our strategic planning this year was to spend a day on governance training before the actual strategic planning session. So typically we have the Friday for, governance training / team building, but I think this is a good year with 2 new council members to really focus on going through the council rules, code of ethics, and other best practices for high-functioning councils and
Yes.
facilitated, governance training day, and followed by the next day would be our facilitated strategic planning session. So that makes a lot of sense, but we're already kind of thinking about and trying to schedule that.
Okay. But I don't want that to take away from team building either, because I think that is also needed.
Maybe later.
I think we need that later.
Yeah.
I'm going to suggest. I think maybe some governance training.
Are there any other thoughts about going forward with a redo vote?
I guess
Revisiting.
about the revisiting, no, I don't have thoughts about that.
One of the messages that we got from the community, I don't remember how frequently it was said, but it seemed like more than once, was this needs to be taken care of quickly, soon. When there's a stain on the functioning of the council, you need to take care of it. So what is the tolerance I'm asking the council what your tolerance is for not addressing that? Like, are we talking next meeting? Are we talking in a month? Are we talking after goal setting? Like, what is your appetite? What is your feeling?
As soon as possible.
I mean, I had to retreat for a whole month before I could come here and respond. So the sooner that we get through this together, the better. So, I mean, either we're going to put it on the agenda or we're not.
I think the public deserves for it to be on the agenda, no matter what, I think.
Okay.
Okay, and so I guess my next question then is, do we need to establish, we heard from a couple of folks at the podium saying it's not that hard, it's a couple of, fixes that you could make, establish something like the rotation, establish that there will be a public comment period after nomination, perhaps.
Or before nomination.
Before a nomination, and a discussion after a nomination, right? Wasn't that the order? And so establishing sort of that subset of rules that were discussed tonight. I took notes on what, I heard more than once and things like that. Would the intent be to figure out what those, say, 5 top important things are, put them in place, and then redo the vote? Is that the idea that you have in your mind?
Well, that was my first thought.
Right.
And I I felt like we had two choices, right? We either move forward and with how things are right now, and then we get some governance training, and then we create a new policy. Or we create a new policy, and then we come back and we talk about the vote and talk about the appointment of Mayor Pro Tem with a policy in place that we all agree on. I don't know, I don't know the best way, I don't know what the best way to do this. I know I'm here to serve in whatever way is I'm supposed to. Like, whatever door opens, I'm going to walk through it with pride. And so I'm sorry that you didn't get your flowers.
What flowers?
Just your flowers for being elected.
Really?
No flower.
Do we get flowers?
Well, it's a saying, right? When you get your flowers. So I feel bad about that.
Well, listen, I feel like we need to get, if there is a stain on the wall, and we need to fix it, period, and move forward.
I'm not the only one to make this decision. So I'm looking at all of you. Christine said what she thought.
But you're right, like, if we redo it, what are our rules? Right?
Well, right.
That's why I raised
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Right.
Set the rules, and then
I'm okay waiting. Let's do some governance training. Let's look at our rules. We can, the public can come back and speak during open public comment.
Okay.
And we can always change our mind because we can bring it up anytime.
Right, okay. I have to go to work tomorrow, so.
Right. All right, so the decision is, or the consensus of the council, I want to make sure I have this right, that the intention is to create rules and then come back and revisit the issue of Mayor Pro Tem.
What do you mean by revisit the issue?
Well, we're gonna
Redo it.
reverse.
Unstain
Fix
it, whatever that means.
But how are we creating the rules? Is this happening in the governance
How
training?
can you- how
When can that happen? Is it next month? Is it 3 months from now?
Still think we need
I don't think we can wait that long.
Yeah, if I could
Please.
chime in and as well as ask the question. So my first thought would be, we don't want to take time during a facilitated governance training to be talking about, new rules that are being created. I think that's a separate process. We want to focus governance training on, on learning our existing governance and other best practices. So I would suggest that there is a separate process for developing rules for the mayor pro tem selection process. And there, just based on the attachments in the report, there's a lot of ideas, there's a lot of different approaches. They can be really detailed, they can be simpler, there's varying, there's just a lot there. So it raises to me the question of, where's the guidance coming from on what direction we're developing? Is the idea of an ad hoc committee, having 2 council members actually work on that? Because I will say that, staff taking a stab and looking at every city's policy and bringing together the best practices and ideas is, like, there's too much there, right? Like, there's too many ideas. Well, you could do it this way, or you could do it this way, and they do it this way, and what's the best way? What does council want? So I would maybe recommend the idea of an ad hoc committee of 2 council members that you appoint to work with staff on that, and then we could sort of figure out, once we delve in, we can figure out, how long is this going to take, before we can agendize a study session. Maybe you need a study session to get some preliminary input from the full council about those rules, right? Or maybe it can be a decision session, we can figure that out. But I think some representation from council through an ad hoc committee would be really valuable in this case.
I agree.
It would be my hope that Christina and I can continue to work together on this in some form or fashion.
Well, we could, whether or not I mean, if two other people could be on the ad hoc committee, and we can still talk
Right,
about
but
it separately, but
I'm just trying to
Yeah.
be clear.
I'm just, all this sounds like it's going to take a lot of time, is my only concern. I mean, I think if we felt having another vote was important, we could set the ground rules that we take multiple nominations, and we take public comment, and we actually talking to each other, right? And then we can still work out our rules for later. That's one approach.
I think nomination causes like,
Yeah,
friction.
no, I agree. I don't like.
Because if I'm gonna, I think we had to eliminate the nomination period. I don't feel like voting out somebody else. I'm just here, to be honest, it took me a lot of work to get here. And I don't want to deal with any controversial thing that I don't supposed to, if we can avoid it. And we just focus on what we're here for.
I'm a little bit afraid of the division without figuring out what the rules are before we even talk about, are we going to have another vote?
But I think the community is waiting to get this done, and then I feel like my heart is like, I just wanted to get it fixed, and we can move forward after that. And Mary too, and both of you probably wanted to just.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Would it be reasonable to ask, to ask for volunteers who would want to work on an ad hoc subcommittee for this? I see someone with their hand up.
But I can only work with her, so if she doesn't want to do it, what I want.
Then I'll have to nominate someone else.
But and just for the record, we cannot create the ad hoc committee tonight because that's not on the agenda.
Okay, so.
But you can provide direction to staff to bring that item back for
So
discussion.
that means if we bring it back, it's bringing it back on January 27th to form an ad hoc subcommittee. And then the earliest potential voting, if we're going to vote, whatever we're going to do, rotate, or however we're going to do it, would be the 10th of February. So with regard to the statements made a second ago about the community is waiting, what is your thought about that timeline?
I have an EIR to read, so not for me in that timeline.
Mm-hmm.
I pledge to continue to work with Christine in the meantime.
Well, we have a mayor and a mayor pro tem in place at the moment. Would it be preferable to wait until the EIR is addressed and then take up this workload? I'm not sure
Well,
what
I'm
you
just
mean by that.
saying that if I'm going to be on the ad hoc committee, because I've spent a lot of time on this already. This was my Christmas break that I really wanted time off, and I'm actually resentful that I've had to do all this work, but it's important. And like Myra said, I really want to just get this done quickly and move on to the work we have to do for
Yeah,
the
why
rest
don't
of
we
the year.
just get it done? We know what we want, get it done for now, and then we move forward with the policies. It's okay.
Okay, so then
we'll
let's talk about we have to talk about the ad hoc committee on an agenda,
Right.
right?
So we can talk about it at the next meeting, and then, yeah. So.
Are you sure?
I read the book. We can table a motion, so we don't have to make a motion to anything tonight. We can table it to a future.
As long as staff has the understanding that they're bringing it back, right? Otherwise, we'll kick it down to another whole meeting again. At the discussion about an ad hoc. because we
Yes,
can't do it
formation of
tonight.
an ad hoc can be on the agenda for January 27th.
Correct? Yes?
And we'll just, it's a limited time period. The scope is pretty clear to work on rules, options, rule options, or however you want to say that, and so that's easy to put on the agenda for the 27th. And then the ad hoc can commence work and sort of see, how it's going. I think until you really delve into it, you're not going to have the sense of, oh, how involved is this? Maybe there's a simple solution that emerges pretty quickly, and then we're ready to bring it back to council. Or maybe we needed, like I said, a study session with lots of options, with more input from council.
But I think it would be helpful to have direction from council if it's something that wants to be a strict rotation or not, right? Because otherwise, there's so many different things.
Well, we could.
So maybe we could discuss
On the
that a little bit
27th,
more.
we could agendize formation of an ad hoc committee and some guiding parameters for the work.
Right.
High level on what would look at, what the council is interested in looking at.
And then the public will have another opportunity to speak, right? So.
You mean to talk about every vote? Because we're still not talking about that yet.
Oh,
So I still
well,
don't know what direction we're going with that, and I think I need to know. Like, so we're doing this work, we have an ad hoc committee, and then what? Like, you see what I mean? Crickets. I know, it's hard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
And I mean, that's what I said on the night. Like I don't want anything to be between you and me.
And I don't feel like it is. No, I feel like we were able to talk
No,
things through, and I don't think it is there's not this barrier between you and I. No.
Right. But I don't want them there to become one either.
Right.
Right. And
But I also want the community to understand that there were mistakes made that night, that I did feel horrible.
right.
That doesn't mean I don't want to serve. I always want to serve, but I was very clear about what happened, how I felt about it, and that's it. And it's getting late and I'm losing my words.
I know, it is.
And that's just no fun for me because I lose them
I know,
And
and
we still have more work to do.
right.
I know.
I think a revote is necessary for the public. I think the revote is necessary for Myra and I to even say what we think, which we haven't really been able to do. And the outcome might not be any different. I support you in this role, too.
And I need your support, guys. So that's why I wanted to make sure that we don't have to vote against each other or anything like that. And that we get along and we do the best we can for the city, especially that we always have shortage of money. So let's focus on rebuilding the city and getting more resources.
All right, it's 5 minutes till we're done again.
Are we done? No.
And so we're going to have the ad hoc committee discussion and decision at the next council meeting. And I think perhaps we should make a goal, how about this, of revisiting, but you said about the EIR. I was going to suggest by the next meeting after that, but maybe that's too soon.
Let's just discuss it at the next meeting, and we can look at the timeline.
Okay. I can live with that. Can you live with the suspended animation for another few weeks?
Sure.
Okay.
Even if that's what council's deciding.
Yeah, not everyone has spoken, so.
Greg?
Right.
Greg?
I honestly do not know what the heck to do. I feel like I need a lot more time and a lot more information. I need a chance to talk to my buddy. I'm very concerned about almost anything that we do. Will it drive division or have other potential unintended consequences, no matter what we do?
So can we put
And
off
I'm-
the decision until 2 weeks from now, too?
The decision to do what?
whether we need to do a revote. We're all
I
getting,
think we need to do this ASAP. You saw the public, so let's just get it done. Yes. They wanted to get it done.
Okay. So getting it done meaning redo the vote.
And as soon as possible, not in 3 weeks.
well, our next meeting is in
The earliest possible would be in 2 weeks.
Okay,
But
the next meeting.
Well,
we don't
so-
even have that on an agenda.
So I'm not, unless I'm misunderstanding, I'm not seeing yet a majority support for revote, like on the 27th agenda. That would be a separate item than or separate part of the same item regarding the ad hoc committee formation to talk about rules. So, I'm seeking whether there is majority support to immediately do that, or does the council want to continue the discussion about whether to do a revote or not as part of the same item when you talk about assigning an ad hoc committee? Because that could be a combined agenda item on the 27th as well.
But time check at 12:27 right now.
I move we extend the meeting till 1.
Oh, my goodness.
And I hope we don't have to last that long, but just we have to, can stop doing motions.
Someone needs a second.
I'll second. Please vote.
Motion to extend the meeting to 1 a.m. by Bowles and seconded by Beckmeyer passes unanimously.
Okay. All right, folks, we're gonna, we need to make a decision about what we're doing.
Yeah.
So that we can all accept that and move on, because we still have one more thing we got to sort out, which is these meetings that are coming up in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that we need representation at. Okay?
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is there's an interest in establishing clear rules that allow for rotation so that it's clear. And what I actually heard was that there's not even a need for a nomination. I have a hard time imagining a parliamentary process
I don't agree with that.
where we don't have a nomination.
Well, you don't do nomination if you go by, after that, then you go by, if it's 3 people, then you go by the percentage of vote they got on the election.
The challenge there in the example that you're thinking of, which just happened, is you had 2 people in each of the 2 elections. If you had 3 people, as did Councilmember Big Stick in his election, a percentage, when you're splitting it 3 ways, is going to always mathematically be lower than if you're splitting it between 2 ways.
Or if you run on the.
Can I just, I thought we said we were going to put this on the agenda. We can talk about it more and give direction to the ad hoc committee in 2 weeks. So do we need to work all this out right now? Because I'm tired.
Maybe not.
Not necessarily, but I wanted to address what
Yeah,
I
yeah.
disagree that it's that simple. I don't think it is.
Yeah.
We've given a lot of thought over the years and haven't come up with an answer.
And
The answer was make a motion, have a second, and,
Well, and if you just want another, again, there's another example in here that if there's 3, you just draw straws. Right? So it's fair.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not going to fight when it's my turn.
Because,
You know,
if you start
I'm
counting
okay.
votes and percentages, it's just,
I agree.
it's a mess.
But then how do
Yeah.
you value experience? How do you value relationships and the ability to bring in funding? I mean, there's a whole lot of considerations
I
we haven't
agree.
even talked about.
100%, I agree.
Well, but if you do rotation, this is why we need to avoid the having a minority on city council. That's what we're trying to avoid, so everybody has the opportunity.
If you do a rotation, somebody could get elected and immediately be mayor.
No,
And that would be a
they had to
disaster.
have a rule like look right now. There is a mayor and a mayor pro tem. You and I cannot be a mayor or mayor pro
Nor
tem.
do I want to be.
because then these two need to complete their cycle. By the time they complete their cycle, there's 2 years in between that.
Yeah, and other cities say those maximum amount of months on council
Right.
before you can be mayor pro tem, before you can be mayor.
And then if I'm going to be the next mayor pro tem, it's going to be 3 years by the time I'm a mayor. So there is,
It's only 1 year. 1 year
no, but
rotation.
she's the mayor right now.
Yeah.
And you're the mayor pro tem.
Right.
By the time you become a mayor, it's been two years by the time you're done.
By the time I'm done, but you could be mayor pro tem next. You never know.
Well, no, I don't want to.
Okay, we're getting off the point here.
Yeah.
I'm getting punchy too.
I know, getting tired.
I'd like to move that we table this discussion
Thank you.
to a date certain. And
what I
I would
said.
like to get on with our committee assignments.
Okay,
please.
so we're tabling this discussion until the next council meeting? All right. Is there agreement, consensus for that? Yes, 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 yes.
Yes.
5,
I would say no, but that's okay.
Oh.
It's okay, there's a.
4,
No,
1.
I agree.
Is it 4, 1?
I'm too tired to think about it.
There's a consensus.
We're not going to make good decisions this time.
Okay. Okay,
Mayor, just want to clarify, so in tabling this discussion, so I have direction to bring back the ad hoc committee appointment on the 27th. Are we, as part of that, is council going to pick up this conversation, or is picking up this conversation a separate conversation on the 27th, or do you just want to do the ad hoc appointment and pick up the?
Well, I think the ad hoc appointment needs to also go with some direction to the ad hoc committee, and that's the conversation we haven't finished.
yeah.
Okay.
So is it
and nor-
possible that we could have the item be with the possible establishment of an ad hoc committee?
Yes, we could combine
Okay.
both, but and again, going back, I'm not hearing or seeing majority direction at this point for a redo of the vote, so that's not on the agenda for the 27th. I just want to verify.
No. Is it? No.
Okay, now we're all confused, so,
That's because it's late.
I know.
I'm just saying that I don't see the majority, so it's not on the agenda for the 27th, the redo of the vote. It's to focus on the ad hoc with direction about what the ad hoc's goals are.
I agree with your statement just now, because what I believe, while I think there's urgency, Councilmember Espinoza, I think there's urgency, and I think you're reflecting that the community wants it as soon as possible. I'm also hearing that there needs to be a clear process, because we don't know what we're doing.
We don't
Otherwise.
want to do it wrong.
Right, again, right? Correct? So tabling the discussion to complete the discussion would clarify the direction we would be giving to the ad hoc. I can't say it with articulating it because my brain is going right now, but I think I heard a clear interest in a set rotation. I heard a clear interest in the opportunity for every elected council member to have an opportunity to serve as mayor and mayor pro tem. I heard a clear interest that every district has an opportunity to be represented in that way. So to me, those things are things that we would codify better than I just spewed them out.
If we're going to do that, then I would want to add in that I would want to further limit the powers of the mayor and make the council more powerful in order to make it a more ceremonial role as opposed to anything that has, because I'm concerned about what potentially could happen with a lack of relationships, a lack of experience, or in the example that you used, somebody that shows up drunk. That if they don't have a whole lot of power, they can't do a whole lot of damage.
They don't have a lot of power anyway, let me tell you.
Mr. Wright,
It's ceremonial.
It's a largely ceremonial role, people.
Mr. Wright, nobody has a lot of power. There's 5 people here, okay?
There's an additional workload to it. There just is,
Okay.
but it's not powerful workload. I think the power in Pacifica lies with the council as a body. And the public
people.
informing us what they want.
Power lies with
But
the people.
the work
Power
of
lies with-
deciding is here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right?
We represent the people. It's not about our own voice and opinion.
Yeah, the
That's
power.
why I
But
was
that's what I
wondering.
mean, they're telling us that they
Powers
want these things. They want a rotation, they want every district to be represented, right? They want clear rules. I think we got all that. So we just have to establish and make that clearer so that we can operationalize it. That's what I believe.
You got it.
So if we can all think about the specifics around that in the next 2 weeks to give direction to the ad hoc committee, that'll make the ad hoc committees work a lot.
And don't worry about it, like if somebody come drunk to the, nobody, none of us drink. I don't drink. So.
Yeah.
I don't want to go there right now. Okay, are we
Okay,
agreed?
okay.
Are we
Let's go.
agreed?
Yes, I do. Where should I vote?
Okay, so we're going to close that item. Are we okay with that now? Yes, you have what you need? Okay, great. Can we please turn our attention to item 13? Because this is our committees and commissions.
Yeah, that's a big.
It could be a big discussion. I don't think we have the bandwidth for a big discussion, so I'm going to ask a little bit of indulgence in the sense of, what do you think about the idea of making short agreements? You know, we know what we had to fill in. We had to fill in all the yellow spots where there was no more big stick and there was no more water loss. We could postpone the full discussion so long as we can get the basic ones covered for the next, say, even the remainder of this month and next month. If you're not comfortable with that, we can try to power through it and make sure what do you think? What is the pleasure of the council?
I have a crazy schedule, so I had to, but then I do have non-working days. So I had to maybe get the schedule and then see if I can change my non-working days.
The schedule's here.
Yeah. So,
No, the schedule's for all the meetings.
Some doesn't have.
Some of them don't, yeah. We can talk about that if you want to.
Well, I have a concern about making sure that we have representation on CCAG.
Yes.
That's an important one. I heard from different council members interests that they had in different committees and commissions. And so I wonder, in the past, what we have done is literally started at the top of the page and worked our way down.
Yeah.
And we can do that process again. We have 20 minutes until the meeting is over.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Are you okay with that? Okay.
Not that hard.
ABAG General Assembly Delegate.
Mayor, did you want to open public comment first and then go through the list?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we can do that. Public comment?
So we don't forget.
On the committees and commission appointments? Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, can you please step forward? I don't see any movement. Emily, is there anyone in the virtual waiting room who wants to raise their hand on this item?
There's a raised hand, but it was raised during the last item. Should I still call it? They have not let down their hand.
They put down their hand?
They have not
They
let
have
down.
not let down their hand.
Calling her. Call on them.
Okay, let's hear it.
It is for Galaxy Tab A, 10.5 inches.
Oh, cheese and crackers.
Cheese and
No,
crackers.
no, that's a fake name. Did you hear it?
Sorry, are you hearing me now?
I think so.
This is Joanne Arnos. I've been waiting to be answered, be asked to speak, and I think you moved on to another agenda.
Oh,
So-
sorry, Joanne.
Joanne, Which item did you want to speak on?
I wanted to speak on your process going forward.
Okay,
Item 11.
so you're speaking on item 11, Joanne, is that what you wanted to talk about?
I just wanted
Didn't I
to
have public comment on that?
support you in terms of putting it on the agenda for our next meeting and to do the ad hoc and have a discussion about all the issues that the public has brought forward, and I would have brought other issues forward, but that this system and policy gets straightened out. So everybody knows, we know, the public knows, and you know, going forward, whatever you five of you decide of how this is going to be, and that it's done in some equitable way.
Yeah.
That's all my concerned about the behavior that happened before. I'm not going to go into all that. You heard of all of it, but it does need to be corrected as soon as you can. So I don't think you should drag it out too far.
Understood.
Thank you, Joanne.
So
Thank you,
I don't
Joanne.
I don't want to keep you any longer, but I appreciate the length of the meeting and that this has been ruminated over and over again, but you just need to make a decision on what's going to be on the agenda and do it next time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joanne.
Thank you for listening.
Okay,
There are no other raised hands.
all right, then we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. And turn our attention to item 13. A-bag. I am wondering if Councilmember Wright is interested in A-bag.
Affirmative.
Or Bowles?
Bowles, do you have interest in that one?
Not necessarily. If he's interested, go for it, Greg.
Okay,
Wait.
and
No.
no. Okay.
Okay, no.
Airport Community Roundtable, we have Bowles presently, and we need a alternate, if you're planning to stay on it, Christine?
I think they want me to stay on it, so I'm willing to stay on it.
Okay.
And I am unavailable on Wednesdays for the semester.
Okay. Wednesday evening, who can, Myra, are you available?
I work evening on Wednesday, so there is one. So I'm trying to, maybe I might have, like once a month, I could get maybe one day off, but I don't know yet. I have to get back to you on that one.
Okay. So maybe for the moment, we should leave the alternate and fill it in later, as long as we have someone covered for the meeting?
Yeah,
Okay, that sounds
I
good.
didn't miss any last year, so.
CCAG. Oh, thank you for not missing any. Good job. I would like to be the CCAG representative, and I would like to see if council member, well, I'd like to hear from the council who is an interest in being the alternate.
Okay?
I would have interest in being the alternate if no one else is.
That's what I thought.
Wow, you're a mind reader. Okay, great. Next is Colma Creek flood control. Interest?
It's 3 to 5. 3 to 5.
Second Tuesday of the month from 3 to 5 p.m. So,
I thought this was a committee that was going away, but maybe I'm
I
wrong.
know they've been saying that for like 2 years, though. I don't think it's gone away yet, right? But here's the interesting news. Second Tuesday of the month isn't until the 11th of February, right? So we have a little bit of time. And maybe we can get an answer about if it's still, I mean, I believe it's still functional. Let's leave that one aside for the moment. Emergency Services Council.
I'd like to do that.
Bowles. And backup, alternate.
I can be the alternate there, I think. Do you know what day of the week it was on?
Thursday is what I looked up.
Thursday?
Third Thursday,
The third,
January, May, and
three.
September, 3 meetings,
What time?
5:30.
That's Pacifica School Volunteers.
Then I guess it's a no.
Yeah.
Councilmember Wright? Councilmember Espinoza?
I'm telling you, I look at my schedule and then nothing works for me. So, but I can check on my non-working days to see if I can change them.
It's just 3 times a year, and
Well,
for the
3 times
most
a
part,
year.
I'll be going, so I don't think you have to worry about it too much.
Which one is that one again?
The Emergency Services Council?
But if it's 5:30, if it's in what day that I work, I finish at 5:30. So it's just like.
And you usually work Thursdays until 5:30?
Yes, I do.
Mhm. Okay, so then you're not available.
I'd be happy to be the alternate.
Okay. Let's move on to FogFest liaison, FogFest committee liaison. This one is Wednesdays. That leaves, and it's problematic because it lands on when there's a lot of other meetings.
Yeah, it does.
And so,
You are there.
we haven't decided all of the other things, but I know that presently I couldn't do it.
I can't do it either.
And I don't think Bowles could do it either.
No, because emergency prepared.
That's what I thought. So, Councilmember Espinoza, at this point in time, you are the only council member that potentially could do that day and time.
Date and time, let's see, it is Wednesday, isn't it?
Correct.
The third Wednesday.
The third Wednesday of the month. The meeting
At
starts
what time?
at 6 p.m.
I work on Wednesdays, evening, start at 5 o'clock.
Where is it?
I have a very crazy schedule
Yeah, I'll do.
because I see that nothing on Monday and you don't have anything on Friday. Everything is Wednesday. Those are the days that I work.
Well, I have an we haven't gotten to it yet, but I think I have an obligation for North County Water District. But I could do the beginning of the meeting. And at this juncture in time, again, going back to my principle of it's early in the year and, it's not that urgent, while schedules are getting worked out, I think we could probably leave that aside for the moment.
And I can go back and try to fix my non-working days just to get some of those that nobody is taking.
So Wednesday, the third Wednesday of the month at 6 p.m. Can you make a note of that and see if that might work for you?
Yes.
Thank you.
One is-
Beer, are you interested in Housing Endowment and Regional Trust Member
Yes.
Agency Committee?
Yes.
The MAC?
Wednesday of each
Yes.
month.
Okay. And you can't be your own alternate?
No.
I'm happy to be the alternate for that.
Yay.
Okay, wonderful. And then we come to Hope. Beer, are you willing to stay on as Hope?
Yes.
And we need an alternate.
Christine?
Let's see.
Sure, I'll do that one.
Bowles?
Awesome.
Okay, thank you.
That would be actually super helpful, Christine, because we might be able to split. There's 4 meetings, but if we could split them, that would be really helpful for my school schedule.
Sure.
Okay, awesome.
Wonderful. Okay, North County Fire Authority, JPA.
It's a pretty easy one. It's just once a year, and they're pretty fast.
I can take it once a year.
Yay!
Okay, so that, and we don't know the date. It's in May.
I
Yeah,
can
they
figure it out
schedule
how
it.
to take the day off.
It's in
or
the
something.
evening.
Okay, do you want to do that one, Myra?
Yes.
Okay. We will put Espinoza.
And I can stay on, but you might be interested in that one just because fire risk is very important to your
It is
community.
extremely important to me, but I didn't want to.
You want to take it?
I wanted to make sure she had an opportunity.
Well, there's two,
No,
Tiger and I were always
that I
going
probably
together.
had to go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the matter more than me over there where you live.
Okay.
Well, do you want to take the first and you be the alternate?
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
do that.
Tiger and I have both been going to,
Oh, you both
to the
went?
meeting because it's only once a year.
Yeah,
so
and
you could both go.
it's a two-person
Oh,
appointment.
oh,
let's
but there's not two names written in the box.
No, you both have to
There
go.
Yeah, there
two
are.
names in the one box.
Oh, yeah,
that's
there
why.
are.
You both have to go.
Sorry.
Okay, so North County.
So,
Fire.
Wright and Espinoza. Great. North County Water District.
I have to give that one up. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, like.
Well,
For this semester.
I know.
Maybe
see,
not
it'll
next
change,
semester, yeah.
right? Okay, well, I can take it.
Water.
It's Wednesday, Myra, at 7 PM.
Third
The
one.
third Wednesday, that same one
We
as
always have Wednesday.
that other day. I know there's a lot on
It's
Wednesday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for the most part.
Right.
Yeah. So I can do it,
Thank you.
and then we'll,
There is one coming that I can do.
okay, are we at it yet? The next one on the list is PCT.
I can do PCT because it's on Thursday.
Yay. Great.
Yeah, it's not a first and a second. Oh, for water, no, just Beckmeyer, I think.
You can't do water, Greg.
Thank you.
I forgot why.
And I can't either.
We're gonna do fire. I'm gonna do fire with him.
Fire, water.
So my,
Okay, so Myra wants to do PCT.
PCT because it's Thursday. I can do that one. At 7.
I can be the alternate.
And beer.
Yay.
And Mary, you've been on that one for a while, right?
They don't need much from us, really.
I wonder if you can go the first time and introduce Myra.
I'm happy to.
I think
That'd be
that would be
great.
nice.
Which one?
The PCT,
I
Pacific.
am interested on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'll-
Mary's
thank you.
worked with them a lot. Maybe she can go with you the first time.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Sounds good.
All right, then we're on to Pacific Beach Coalition. Christine?
Yeah, I'd like to stay on that at least one more year. It's Lynn's last year, and
Yeah, that's what I figured.
It's the second Tuesday, right, which is EDC.
Right.
right.
And so Greg or Myra?
I can take because it's Tuesday night. Is that right?
Right,
Correct.
right.
Yes,
And you
I
can
can
actually
take
do
that
it on Zoom. You don't have to go in person, which is really nice.
Okay, so that will be Bowles and
Espinoza.
Espinoza. All right. Pacific Resource Center. I think you said you were interested in that, Christine?
Well, I'm already meeting with them on Unhoused on the Coast, so I don't feel like I need to if somebody else wants to.
I
learn
also
about the
meet with them once a month out, and also it's on Wednesday. It's like this first Wednesday, right? It doesn't say it on here,
Even
but-
month, second Wednesday is what I've written down.
Even month, second Wednesday. Oh. Yeah, I can.
You can?
I cannot.
You cannot.
Wednesday.
I didn't think so.
It's in the evening or it's during the day?
It's in the evening.
Evening.
It's a board meeting.
Oh, okay.
PRC, where are you?
Um,
PRC. Oh, here. I had it on your list, Christine. I thought you were interested in that one, but you said you already meet with them.
Yeah, I already have a monthly meeting with them about other things, but, I mean, I can do it.
Is that
You sure?
Which one is that?
The PRC.
Pacifica Resource Center?
Oh, yeah. I cannot do that one. I don't think so.
Councilmember Wright, did you have interest in that one?
I'd be happy to serve.
How do you feel about that, Christine?
Yeah.
You okay?
No, I think that's fine. And, you know, if Mary doesn't want to be the backup, I could be the backup for that. But
Okay, we'll do
Visit later, though.
Wright and Bowles? I mean, yeah, Wright, and then the backup is Bowles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Then Pacific
Mayor,
School.
time check, it is 12:55 PM.
Oh my
AM.
God. Oh, you know what?
we're so close.
Bro.
We are so close. Okay, can we do two more really quick, and then we'll stop?
Sure.
Pacifica School Volunteers is
Yes.
Beer and Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Peninsula Clean Energy. This is one I really wanted to get to.
I'd really like to do that one.
wanted to get
I'd
that?
also be interested.
That's very popular one.
All right.
So who's first and who's second? Bowles, you served as alternate last
I
year.
would love that, but they wanted.
So you'll be, you'll be the first position, and Greg, you'll be the second position on that one.
Myra also expressed a little interest in that.
Oh, I
so I'm
didn't
just
hear that.
saying.
I'm so sorry. I didn't hear it.
I would like to because I wanted to just promote it in my community because they don't have, most of the people don't have any alternative or energy. So, but it's okay, he can, maybe when he cannot do it, I can do it. So it'll be something to look into.
Okay, let's leave it with Bowles and,
Yeah,
and
leave it
Wright
like
for
that.
now, and then we'll come back.
Sounds good.
And I just want everyone, because we have 1 minute, to scan down the list and see if there's something else we need to assign right now.
Can I do San Mateo County Library JPA?
Oh, yes, Mary, thank you. I know you asked for that. And I had to negotiate with Tiger.
And I really need to give up the commute.org because I can't do Thursday mornings. That's a regular work meeting for me.
Commute.org is
Peninsula Congestion Relief, just above it.
Peninsula Congestion Relief Alliance.
So it's once every 2 months. It's at 8 a.m. There's usually a couple different sites you can go to. One's in South City.
It's Thursday.
That time limit. Very close.
Okay,
Time limit.
Can we extend like 5 more minutes or something?
we can.
Just to
We have to
finish.
make a motion and vote on it,
Okay,
though.
most move that we extend to 105.
I'll second.
Oh my gosh.
Please vote.
What time is my meeting tomorrow?
Passes unanimously.
Okay, so
Where are we?
we are on,
Congestion. Congestion?
we have 2 left. We have congestion relief, and we have advanced life support pre-hospital emergency.
And LAFCO,
No, nothing. with-
LAFCO is
or no?
a voted one,
Oh, that's a voted one.
which our own Greg Wright will be the alternate for.
Congratulations, Greg.
Thank you.
You got voted in.
Okay, so what are we doing about, Greg, can you do the pre-hospital emergency one? Even though we can't tell you the day?
Happy to serve.
Thank you. Bowles, do you want to be second if you can fit it in, or do you want to let that one go?
I was on it before, which
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
Oh, right, because I went, and often they cancel the meeting, so it's only like once a year anyway. Okay. So the only thing we need to sort out right this minute then is congestion relief.
What day is that? I don't know why I don't have it.
It's like-
That is
there it is.
commute.org, Peninsula Congestion Relief Alliance.
Thursday. I can't.
8 o'clock in the morning on a Thursday.
Third Thursdays.
I have a quiz.
Congestion relief, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, it's about the shuttle programs, which they don't really do here in
Third
Pacifica right now,
Thursday
but
at
the
8
idea is
a.m..
maybe someday they could.
1, 2, 3, I can do it. Third Thursday at 8 a.m.
Yes.
Commute.org.
Thank you.
So that will be beer.
Commute.org.
Okay.
At what time? 8 a.m.
8 in the morning.
Oh, yeah, early.
And
One in
it's,
person.
it's February, April, June, and November.
Okay.
So it's not every month. So we probably need a backup for that, in case you can't make it, Mayor. I'll do the backup.
Okay, thank you.
8 in the morning, OMG. Who am I kidding? Okay, but I will. I'm here to serve. Okay. City Clerk Coffee.
And I'm sorry, the library JPA, did you sort that? I just. didn't
That
write it
is
down.
Mary, and who wants to be the backup?
I cannot.
You cannot?
No, because I work those days.
Yeah.
Did you want to do that, Christine? Did you want to do that?
No, it's another one that's early in the morning, which
Yeah.
is just hard for me in my work.
No.
I really wanted it, so
I
cool.
know, I think it's wonderful. Well, I can do the backup unless you want it, Greg. I'd have to get a sub, but
I'm good with 9.
you're good with 9?
You already
9
got
things?
9.
Mary, I'll be the backup, and then, probably won't happen, but if it does, I'll
Oh.
get a sub for that day.
There's one or two more for you, Greg, I think.
And then our local committees, did you
already
want to
have
talk
four.
about?
Yeah, we haven't
Yep.
done
Oh,
our city committees
shoot,
yet.
that's right.
See, I already have four. and I'm
Beautification,
not- I'm not
economic-
Okay.
any-
Myra, you had indicated an interest in Beautification Advisory Committee.
Yes, and that one I do have to get non-working day on that day. That's what.
It's the first Wednesday of the month at
Yes,
6:30.
I will make it non-working day.
Great.
So you want that one?
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay,
Great people.
and I can be the backup, I think.
Yes.
I'm not sure. Economic Development Committee,
I'll stay.
I'll stay, if it's okay with you.
Yeah,
Emergency Preparedness and Safety,
I'd like to stay on that one.
Bowles. And
Neither
I
backup.
think I can't do the backup,
Neither.
but I can't remember. Third, oh, that's why you were not available on that third Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know who the backup is going to be, but you'll probably be there.
Yep.
Library Advisory Committee, I can stay.
Thank you.
And Mary, could you be the second, or do you want to keep it, Christine?
I can't on
I
Wednesday.
think you're not available. Maybe you are now, though.
I can stay on, I mean, I haven't had to
Okay.
go to meetings, so I think.
All right, and then we have Open
Open
Space,
You
OSPAC.
have
Greg, you
have
had
economic
expressed interest in that.
We did.
Yeah, but
Okay.
aren't I starting
That's
to
also
run into a
Wednesday.
conflict with that?
I think there is some economic development.
I don't
Tuesday.
think so.
Tuesday, I can do that one.
I think that's
But it's
why
okay, somebody
you
can.
weren't available for the other thing.
Fun, we'll revisit.
Right,
You're not doing water, because you wanted OSPAC.
because it's on Tuesday.
So,
Myra said she's available to do economic development
Because
on
it's on
Tuesday.
Tuesday. If someone else wanted to, you don't like that one, huh? Why?
No, I mean, who doesn't want to give up one of the meetings, right? I'm
It's
fi-
okay.
If you'd like to,
I would like to give it a try. They said it's,
who's going to give it up, you or me? Flip of the coin. But we both have to go all the time, so you have to be there every Tuesday.
yeah, it's two people for that
Okay.
one.
No backup, yeah.
okay, 2 people on Tuesday at 6 p.m. And where do you go, San Francisco, here in Pacific?
No, it's here.
Okay, yeah, I would love to
Oh, on
do it.
Francisco, yeah. Yeah.
Can we have?
Okay,
3
so
people?
it's
Can
gonna
we have 3
be-
people maybe rotate, no?
No, we can't do three people
It's
together.
103.
Okay.
103.
And you're gonna,
Let's
are
do
you
it-
going to give up on that one?
So it's going to be Beer and Espinoza.
Okay.
Is it? Okay.
I'll be happy to let you have it.
Okay.
I know you wanted it,
Yeah, because I can't do any of the other ones. Okay.
okay?
And that one is on Tuesday, so I can do it.
Okay.
And then OSPAC.
And
I
Greg's
already
got
have,
OSPAC.
I have 5, believe it or not, I have 6.
103.
It's
I
104.
have 6.
1
We're
minute
done.
for OSPAC.
Greg,
I think that's.
Greg is the
enough for me.
OSPAC, and am I the backup for that?
For what?
No, because I have North County Water. I mean, I could be a backup for you, Greg, if you needed me and I just wouldn't go to North County Water that time,
Where are you?
right? Okay,
We take turns going.
yeah.
Okay, whew.
Okay, we're done.
Do we have to vote on it?
I move we go home.
Yeah, everything is on.
We table that thing we pushed off to the end.
Yeah.
You're going to want to say, I table that motion.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
No, there was that thing we were supposed to.
oh, we were
the
supposed to
com-
do
the
council-
communications at the end, I'm saying.
Council communications.
Next time.
So I'd like to adjourn the meeting in honor of Marion Henshaw.
Absolutely, and also in holding all of LA County in our hearts. And with that, the meeting is adjourned at 1:05 a.m. Thank you, everyone.
You don't want your.
I do too.
And you're.